Hey guys, welcome back to Themis and Thoughts. Grab your coffee, water, tea, whatever you're drinking. Hopefully, it's tea and water. This is tea, it's too late. This is how much I care about you guys. I literally just got in from out of state, and before I did anything, before I unpacked, before I did anything at all, um, I am live as promised. So we have some things to talk about. So let's run the intro. All right. So first of all, let me just say for people who send me other people talking about me, please don't. Um, and I don't mean don't as in it's a bad thing or it's a horrible thing. Um, it's the reason you should send me something that someone else says about me or someone is covering my content. Um, what you should send me are things that you believe are thoughtful, right? So if someone makes a video responding to a video that I did, and you thought the other person made a good point, said something that I didn't cover, or something that I should respond to, then send that to me, right? Don't send me people who have no substance. Um, I'm kind of annoyed with the ways in which people are interacting with my content. And what I mean by that is people are just attacking me or taking things out of context or editing things in a weird way. I'm fine with them doing that. Just leave them and let them do that. People who do not have the intellectual capacity to engage in meaningful discourse do not get the space on my channel to engage, right? Like they can jump on and talk, but like I'm not going to respond to a video that is of no consequence or no substance. So, and I've gotten 3 of those videos. So I don't mind you sending me videos of people talking about me, but please send it to me when you believe they said something that I need to respond to. Um, so I'm not gonna respond to those videos. For those people on the Discord, there are sort of legal actions being taken right now, and I want to make sure I'm doing the right thing. Um, Women who come on this channel, it seems, and on the Discord and on my Instagram are very open and vulnerable with me. And I realize that that is a privilege. I do not want to betray people's trust. So I'm going to take every legal measure I can to protect not just women, but men. There's been a lot of men who've been very open about things that they said they haven't told anyone. And so to have a community, particularly on the Discord, where people can come together and talk and be vulnerable, knowing that their information won't get out there in the world. I have to tighten up on security. And so, for people who came in trolling and stealing information and all of that stuff, I am taking legal action already. I closed down the Discord because it is my first step in protecting the people who are there. And then when I reopen a Discord, it will have at the front the legal protection. So by being a part of the group means that you will have that protection that I'm trying to give. So you guys do feel free to speak. Obviously, still be cautious, right? But I just we had I think over 300 people there, and it sucked to have shut down such a good platform and such meaningful conversation that was happening and the kind of connectivity that was going on. It sucked, but one bad apple spoiled the bunch. And I am unwilling to expose people who are trusting me to abuse in any way, abuse of their information, abuse of their identity. I am not willing to endeavor in that arena without certain kinds of protection. So I know you guys were, some people were upset and some people were sad, but I would rather shut it all down and then rebuild again. And it might not be as good, but I cannot chance people's information getting out there in the public in that way. So I hope you guys understood that part. There were no mean messages. There were people concerned. So I just wanted to put that out there. I don't mind people making videos generally. Like, I really don't mind. I appreciate dialogue. I appreciate dissent. But one of the things that I find in the videos, hey, team, if Mr. Umar never responded, FYI. I figured he wouldn't. One of the things I don't want to happen is for us to get sucked into this kind of cesspool of like negativity where we're just going back and forth for no reason. I don't have the patience for people who are low frequency. Um, I will say, and I'm just putting this out there now as a warning, I am aware that I am being stalked, and it is really, it's not frightening in the way that I think most people think it's frightening. It's frightening to me because I don't know why anyone would waste their time to follow me literally everywhere I go, from Discord to my Twitter to my Instagram, YouTube, like my email. People are just like, this person in particular is literally everywhere I turn, like everywhere I turn, this person is there, right? So that person, sir, I am not interested. I'm not interested. I don't know what to tell you. I don't know what you're offering. I don't want it. I'm not interested. If you don't like my videos, make a response video, do what you must, but I promise you, we're good over here. Like, whatever you're offering, go offer it to somewhere else, because this makes no sense for you to be like everywhere I am. Like, I just don't understand why anyone would do that. Anyway, let's get into those. So the question, no, I mean, it's not funny. I've filed a police report, just an FYI. I have listed the times when they have made comments on other people's channel where they're being violent. I have included comments they've made on different platforms regarding me. I've included messages. I've included them on my live stream. And it's not that you don't have the right to be where you are, but there is two things: intimidation and harassment are the two claims, right? The thing is, I would say I'm not intimidated, but I am intimidated because I need to legally be intimidated. So I don't know why you do that, which you do, but it is what it is. I do not want to be the cause of anyone behind bars, especially over something like social media. So, but my safety comes first. When it comes to how people interact with me. And so I recognize that people have their opinions. You can either keep your opinions to yourself, make a video about it, I'll come on this channel and share them. Don't message me on Instagram. Don't try to contact me. Don't try to figure out where I am. Like, all of that extra stuff is ridiculous. So please don't do it. And I'm telling you not to do it because if you do, I'm going to have to take further actions against you. And you know who you are. So, sir, please stop. I'm not interested in anything you have to give me. I'm not interested in being friends. I'm not interested in being colleagues. I don't know you. I don't like or dislike you. I have nothing for you. So, please leave us alone. Thank you very much. Put him behind bars, team, if that is unacceptable. Um, I didn't open an investigation. I filed a police report to keep it on file, and then I will file a restraining order. But I will. I mean, not. I'm not saying I won't. The idea that you're gonna go behind bars for this is ridiculous. Like, it's social media. Calm down. Like, calm down. Like, you don't actually want this to go where it could go. Like, just calm down, make your videos and be happy. Like, it is what it is. Stop following me. Like, stop. Ridiculous. I might actually private my all my stuff. Like, I might actually. I see why people like YouTubers make people pay to join Discord and join, because if you're paying to stalk someone, then that's on you, right? Like, that's completely on you. But I won't make anything paid because I want you guys to be able to I want you guys to to be able to connect with each other. All right. So, to the topic. I actually, no, let me just say, I feel like there is a sort of homoerotic sort of thing happening where it's like there is no way. Like, I know when someone is coming after you for like to troll you and make you mad, that I can brush off. I feel like there is this undertone of oh, and Sarah, stop. Come out and go live your best life somewhere else. It's not with me. This is not funny. I shouldn't make like um, Mariah Carey. All right. So I hope there are men's in here because I did tell you guys that I I wanted to start this off in a conversation, right? Like, I want this to be a conversation. I want people to come up and for us to talk. Um, oh, who wouldn't love the handsome Themis? Thank you. You guys are the best. Um, Themis, maybe it's your jacket. So I usually have my heat on, and because I literally just came back in from out of town, I had this on when I came in, and I turned the heat on, and it said 2 hours for the entire loft, like both all the levels to be heated. So I have to keep this on because I'm not about to be cold. Demon's like Skittles. Um, all right. So I remember Tiffany's backstage. I'm going to add her in a moment. Thank you. Make it right. So I, are you ready, Tiffany, to be on? Give me 2 seconds, and I'll add you. All right. So I took down a video that I made regarding an FBI investigation in the manosphere. The reason I took it down, and I'm not going to go into any detail because I said some things in there that I obviously, there's nothing in there that I said was wrong or anything like that. But I feel like I was putting people on to what was happening. And I was like, no, I'm not going to aid in degeneracy, right? Like, I'm just going to take this down. And it was one of the videos that was going viral. But I took it down because I saw 2 comments from people in the manosphere talking about how they were going to adjust what they were doing. And I thought, that's not what I want. Like, I mean, I want them to adjust what they're doing, but I don't want them to do it to hide degeneracy, right? Like, I don't want them to be better at hiding it, right? So I decided to take it down. And it's interesting because I'm going to go into some detail at some other point. The reason why I'm not going to go into detail now is simply because I'm waiting for another shoe to drop. I'm waiting for one more thing to happen, and then I can talk about it in all detail because they would have gotten all the information that they wanted. So it's so interesting. I feel like an idiot a little bit because part of me was thinking there was no way these men were coming on the internet without a game plan, right? I thought there was a long con going on, that they were like going to bait and switch, like they were going to say, oh, I was talking about this, but I'm in reality I'm talking about something else, right? So I thought that was happening, but apparently these people are literally just putting degeneracy out there, right? And now we have a ton of people exiting the manosphere saying we are no longer a part of the manosphere. I don't know what lawyer they got, but you saying you're not a part of the manosphere doesn't actually do anything if the content you created was part of the degeneracy. So now watching people scramble to say I am not a part of the manosphere is literally the funniest thing I've seen in a while. I will not be talking about the man from New York at all. I'll explain at some other time why. But I find it very fascinating. Tiffany, let me add you because you've been here for me.
Hi, Demas. How are you?
Doing well. Can you turn me down in the
Let me
background?
mute you in the background.
Wait, am I on the TV? Am I on
I'm streaming you. I'm watching you. My husband just brought my notes because let me tell you, yesterday when the Discord went down, brother
the?
was unhappy, and I was like, it took one black man. So when you're saying, are we too hard on black men? Like out of curiosity, I went to this guy's channel and I wanted to see, and I was like, what kind of content? My husband is right here. Literally, this is how serious it is. Just wait.
Yeah, yo.
It's serious in this house. We are TTTs to the end. We are fruitcakes. We
Oh,
are
this is
fruities.
nice. I like
Like
this.
to the end. He's like, oh, are you going? I'm like, yes. So I literally went to his page, Mr. Ruckus, and he is a rucker or ruckus or Uncle Ruckus, whatever you want to call him. He has maybe about 15 videos. The one video that has the most views is the video of him, quote unquote, critiquing you from
But stop
318.
there. And this is something that I wish you hadn't said his name, but for those who are here, like, even
Let's
if my
say,
name is in the thing, you don't have to watch it. Continue.
so it has 4.2 million views or 4.2K views. And I started from the very beginning. So the first thing he said was like we were mimicking because the notes were that we were having our KKK clan. And that's when you brought him up. The video also talks about he kind of jokes because LB was like, oh, I want to play with him. And he says, oh, look at their faces. Be quiet and watch a man come up. Then he goes into this long diatribe about why Bill Cosby is a bad example and how, we need to just take the good with the bad. And I'm like, this is the issue that's happened for years, that we have excused bad behavior for the little bit of good that you've given. Then he was screenshotting names, blasting them out. Then he made jest of you when you said, grab your tea, grab your water, grab your mud. He did a whole thing. And then he kept talking about you had an agenda. And I'm like, what is the agenda? What is the agenda outside of trying to protect Black women? Which initially, when the Discord was started, you literally said, why are you here? So when you're saying, are we too soft on Black men? I literally watched another person who's highly popular DZ, she showed a couple of clips of one person. It would be one Black man that is just causing commotion. And it's just always one. It's a room full of women, and it takes one. And I've even heard, like, Deanne is constantly saying, like, when we have live streams, they come on, you try to talk to them, you bring them up to the panel, you allow them to have, their opinion. They go off topic, they go on rants. So when you say, are we too hard? I'm a mother of a 24-year-old Black man that I will acknowledge I coddled. And the coddling has not helped him. Oh, you're king and this, that, and the other, he's entitled. So now my biggest fear is, like, I hope he marries a non-Black woman, because I don't want a Black woman to have to deal with his trash. When I see them come to the house, I'm like, why are you here, girl? Girl, run. Run, girl. And it's a lot of mothers that won't say that. Like, love my baby. He's my baby. But if we're saying, can you provide? Do you have provision? Do you have the things that you need to do to take care of a household? Do you have the skills? Do you have the temperament? Absolutely not. So no, I don't want to see another Black woman do struggle love. I do not. So let that go with somebody else. Are we too hard? Absolutely not. Like, hi, former climbing up Mammy Mountain. I'm climbing up Mammy Mountain. It was me. There's, oh no, the Black man. Like, it took for me to listen to you to talk about statistics. And I talk to my husband all the time. I'm an anomaly. I had a great father. I have great uncles. I have great Black men in my life. But when I look at the women around me, that is not their story. So I cannot say, oh, you know what? That's not real. It's very real. And when I think about any pain or any suffering or any hurt or any harm that's come from me, it's come from the hands of a Black man. So are we too hard on them? No. I think we are a Black male worshiping culture. I think that we take slavery, we take Jim Crow, we take the crack epidemic, we take all of these things and say, we have to protect them. Okay, well, in 1980, were we not the welfare queens? How is it that the welfare queens have now become some of the most educated, most business-minded people in the world? So I'm just like, what is stopping you? But you. I can't hold your hand. I can't coddle you. I can't protect you any longer, because my protection of you is actually damaging other women. Me coddling you, I'm going to allow you to harm another household. And that's unfair. Completely. I do not. Black is great. I love my Black husband. I love him. I love Black love. The divestment movement, hey, it's interesting. And I'll be very honest. Now, we got married old, so it's to the death. If one of us pass, baby, when I tell you Brad, what's their names? Chad, Winster. It ain't gonna be no Jerome's, no Pokies, no Kevin, none of them. Absolutely not. I will go with a you win. Patel can come. Mr. Patel. But absolutely, are we too hard on Black men? No. We don't hold them accountable. We coddle them because we believe in, and we know, I mean, systematic oppression is real and racism is real. But the level of, let me protect you, let me hold you, let me keep you safe, we have to stop. We are harming them. We are harming them. It's almost like someone gave me the analogy that if you're a Christian and you are someone else's
Wait, your mic, there's something going out with your mic.
Okay, I'm sorry. I had it on my someone gave me this analogy, and this is what they said. If you are always saving someone, they will never find God for themselves. If you are always the safeguard, if you are always protecting, sometimes you have to let people hit rock bottom so that they can climb their way up. I don't want to see Black men hit rock bottom. I do not. But what I am done doing is being the safety net. I
Yeah.
cannot. I cannot.
Yeah.
In the words of, what is that, Jocelyn Hernandez? I cannot. I cannot.
Not Jocelyn Hernandez.
I
I
can't.
I mean, I totally respect your position, and I in my mind, I'm gonna continue to ask the same question. Every so often, I'll make a video where I ask the question because I do want to hear from a woman's perspective, your own, and also from a man's perspective about sort of what does it mean to be too hard and
Mhm.
from who, right? So the we is the we the community, is the we the channel, is the we the internet, right? Who are we and why are we too hard or not too hard on man?
Right.
Oh, thank you.
It's a very fair question, and I get it, but I use the Discord as an example. All it took was one. The Discord, we've been talking, we've been sharing. You were in New York on your personal time. And the fact that you had to come in on your personal time because one person felt so entitled said a lot
Yeah, I mean,
about.
and that's the thing too. Like for me, it's there is a sort of entitlement, and what I know is going to happen, which you've said the name, we won't repeat it, but
Yeah.
they're going to clip some of this, and they're going to say, "Oh, I ruined this," or "I destroyed this," and you did. And if that made you feel good, then good on you, right? So your purpose is to be destructive, right? Is it to cause chaos? Because what is happening in that Discord wasn't major. It was just people sharing their experiences and us talking about things. We were even talking about what we're doing on a random day. Like it didn't really have the kind of
It was
meaning.
community. And the
Yeah,
fact that we had a community and people were joking and sharing lives and, hey, this person, or watch this video. Did you see this Discord? Like the fact that somebody was like, oh, hey, girl, Macy's is having a sale. I don't want to be by myself.
yeah,
Just the fact that you were so triggered because we were having community and you were not involved. And you find a way to just insert yourself. It was mind blowing. It was mind blowing.
yeah. I
And
mean,
I
but it's
literally
bigger
had,
than
but
him. It's bigger than him in the way that I have to take responsibility for things that I did not do, right? And one of the things I have this very I'm optimistic, but I need to be cautiously optimistic, right? Um,
I
and
don't
so
think
I
you were
keep
wrong, Amos.
thinking,
I was there the day that he came, that the person came, and you literally said, why are you here? And
yeah,
the person responded, I'm just here to give back. And for the most part, they laid. And it was like he knew that you were out of town. It's like almost like it was like a prey. Like I'm gonna attack when I feel like he can't protect these women or the TTTs or the KKKs. And oh, he won't see this. Let me come in and be harmful. And I was just like, wow, this is very interesting to just see your whole goal is to be a degenerate.
yeah,
And it but I literally can say, like, we had a whole conversation in the Discord about it's not about the kids having a two-parent household. My son grew up with a father. It's not about means or this. You can't fight this culture. And the culture that we have adopted is one that is not, it doesn't serve Black women well. And I can say, like, I've called my son a young king since he was born. And I literally, like, I don't agree with some of those other channels, like a king with no kingdom. Like, he is a king. He is special to me. But the other rights, you have to earn that. And the
yeah,
way that I see you advocate for women, the way that I see you advocate to keep a safe space, like, you didn't do anything. That was a him thing. That
Yeah.
wasn't a you not being on top of things. You asked him what his intent was. He said what it was. So at what point you took him at his word as a man?
Yeah,
So
and I think that's the problem. I keep having a hope, and I keep thinking people, like, even if you're not going to change, like I thought in the context of the Discord, like obviously you can be kicked out. The reason, by the way, I didn't just kick him out is because they could just make another one and come back in.
right.
But this was like, nah, I'm not doing all of this.
But here's
Um,
the thing, Famous. The reason why we love you and the reason why we come to you every Friday night or every Wednesday or whenever you hop on is because you have hope. I don't want you to lose hope because I've seen people come on, like the KD guy that was on about 2 to 3 weeks ago. He was well spoken. He was mannered, wet and soft. He's very well spoken. I don't want to be one of those people like the all lives matter, but there are good black men out there. So want to be I don't want you to lose hope. I just want you to know you're doing what you're supposed to do.
yeah.
And if people take advantage, that's a them thing,
Yeah, the
not a
thing is,
you
I
thing.
don't I don't mind being taken advantage of because I have boundaries and I have standards. Like,
You do.
yeah, so you can attempt to take advantage of me, but I promise you, you will lose in the end. The
Exactly.
problem I have is when you guys trust me and then I expose, or I feel like I've exposed you to people who have malintent. And
No.
that
But
bothers
here's
me.
the thing, famous. We've been black women our entire lives. So what did you expose us to that none of us have not experienced already?
But that's the thing, like I don't want you shouldn't have to be strong like here. Like you should be able to be vulnerable. And I know, so I'm not a black woman, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I acknowledge the privilege I have in the black community. So as a man, right? A
Mm-hmm.
black man, right?
Mm-hmm.
So when black women, and I promise I did not know black women would have been like the number one people on this channel. I promise you I didn't know that. So
Right.
when you guys are now, like there is a protection inclination that kicks in, like I cannot just willy-nilly do something. I know, and that's what I did with the Discord. I was like, oh, let's do a Discord and we can have fun and everything would be great. Didn't even think that there would be people with malintent, because we're just a small channel, would try to engage. Like Dean was on the Discord, and Dean for the most part was behaving himself. Like he was just
Absolutely.
saying what he wanted to say and then move on, not collecting people's information. Like that's a next level kind of criminality in my mind.
But that's again, it's not a you thing. And if even being a small channel, yes, we're small, but we know each other. We know Deanne. We know LB. We know Yazzie. We know Erica. I mean, we're down here, y'all. We're down here. Like we know each other.
Yeah,
So our group, it's almost as if he literally played out. He's the same black man. He was destructive. And he got initially what he wanted. I'm sure the Discord is going to get restarted, and I
yeah, yeah.
understand, like for legal, I once you put it out there, but the shock was like, well, wait a minute, what happened? Well, this is my safe space, and I know even in a safe space, I need to be aware. And the
Yeah.
beautiful thing was like we shared our essay, stories, and
Gotcha.
Deanne was so encouraging, and with
That's,
so
by
many
the way, why I
people.
shut it down. Because as soon as I saw collecting information, I realized I needed to remove this all. Like I needed to shut it. Like if you didn't collect it already, you won't have the opportunity to collect it now because I'm going to shut it
That
all
makes
the way
sense.
down.
That makes sense. But I just again keep the faith, keep doing what you're doing. I feel like you are absolute godsend. It takes a lot for my husband to sit up and watch content, and he has you on alerts, and he's like, Themis is on live. And I
That
text
is
the guy, I
not.
was like, I took
No,
notes. He's like, I told him I've never hopped on live. I've never hopped on a panel. I was like, I am getting on tonight because he needs to know what he's doing is appreciated. It's a safe space, and there is nothing that you can do. What do you say all the time? If the FBI, if the CIA, and if the US government cannot vet people, how are you going to vet people, sir? I need you to have the same realistic expectations of yourself.
Period. Drag. That was
Period.
a needed drag. You quoting my words back to me with you're right. I don't know who I thought I was. Like I can vet. I can vet. Like no, I can't. I can't vet
You
these.
cannot
That's the
vet
whole
people.
point. I can,
If the
period.
government can't do it, how are you going to do that on the Discord? All
True.
you
Because
need to do is continue to do what you're doing, continue to create the content, continue to hold space for us, continue to be an advocate. And when people come in and they show that they're not, you know, willing to at least be upstanding and they're not trying to take the content for their own personal gain, okay, goodbye. You get kicked. But outside of that, you did nothing beyond trying to protect us. You took it a whole nother level. People charge for their discords. You made a discord for free to pull it off of the community page. You have people talking about, oh, well, Themis, can you create a second channel? Damn, how much work does Themis need to do? Other people need to do work too. If they want a channel for men and growth, then you do it. What you're doing is what we need. If they need something else, step up. Stand up,
I
girl. Stand up.
I I love to be corrected. And you just corrected me. I was crippled because I was trying to figure out, and I obviously will still take measures to like filter people out, but you're so right. I sit up here every Friday and I say this, and you just repeated it back to me, and I appreciate you for repeating it back to me. The fact that I thought I can vet everyone coming in while telling you guys that you can't, it's impossible to do, right? Is literally hypocrisy. I appreciate you for pointing that out to me. Like I
No,
really do. Because like
I
I'm literally sitting here like, how do I protect everyone? How do I
you
prevent?
can't. You
You can't. You
cannot. But
can't.
here's the thing,
You
it's
can't.
not your job.
Yeah.
You create the space. You allow us to speak. You create a safe space for enough women to come in to have even just a different point of view. You're not saying divest. You're not saying all Black men are this. You're not calling people names. You don't allow name calling. Nobody's talking down to people. You let people dissent. You allow people to come up. What else are you supposed to do?
Yeah.
No, absolutely not. Period. Like,
Period.
no, period. Fruitcakes. Like, no. You even embrace people insulting you. Like, I don't care about you calling me a fruitcake. Like, what else are you supposed to do, Themis? No.
Thank you.
And you're coming in again off of your weekend after losing your grandmother, still having to work, still doing a full-time job, still volunteering, still creating space, still helping other content creators, still engaging. You are doing what you are supposed to do. And I applaud you and I thank you.
I you just kind of changed my mindset like completely. That sentence about the government, no one can vet. I need to live what preach, and I'm glad you sent that back to me. Everything else was very important to hear, and I appreciate that. But saying that to me, like I cannot expect women to hear that and think, "Oh, yeah, right, we can't vet. No one can vet," and then I'm pretending up here like I can vet. Like I I truly, I don't know. You said you've never came on.
I've never come on. I watch you every Friday and like literally I call you my stories. So I'm Mrs. Tiffany on here and then Mrs. Tiffany if I was in the Discord. But when I say you are my Friday night, you do not understand and I do not want to get emotional. We had a tragic death. We lost a godson that's 22 on March the 11th. no, 222, no, 2220. When I tell you your streams are the things that got me through, and I even sent you an IG message, and I know you don't respond. And you even said like I'm slow to respond because initially it's like, oh, he hadn't responded.
Mhm.
But I would think if I can make it to Friday, I will be okay. And then the Friday nights when it'll be 5 hours, I'd be like, I have 5 hours that I don't have to worry. I have 8 hours that I don't have to worry. I have this many hours that it wouldn't be at the top. So when I'm telling you, you are doing a service for so many people. To see Deanne come up, to see the truth teller come up, to see LB come up, to see SKJ come up. Um, I can't think of the woman. She speaks very, very proper, but she's on the panel quite a bit.
Me,
Um,
not me.
Me, not me. Um, just all of these different beautiful Black women with different opinions, and you just sit and hold space. And then to allow all these different other men, like I said, soft and wet. I've seen KD, even Dean. You allow dissent. So to see someone so balanced and so tolerant, and then even when they're like, oh, well, you're hard on the man, they want to rest in their feminine. When you asked about, who's the leader in the house, and you held firm to that. And it wasn't you being malicious, like, are you a leader or not? Oh, okay, you want to rest in your feminine? Fine. And that was the running joke, like the whole Dr. Umar breakdown. All of this information we need. And it's like you're 2 steps ahead. And you said you're a small channel, but I don't think you're quite aware of the influence that you have. Because what I have noticed is you will make a video on Friday, and then come Saturday, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, all the larger channels are covering the exact topic that you held a 5-hour live for. You are giving a lot of your time away. You're giving a lot of yourself away. And I'm not quite for sure if you know how many of us are so grateful to have somewhere. Like I literally said on Friday, like, well, what are we gonna do? My story's not gonna be on. It's like, what am I do? Themis is not on. And we kind of joked around, and we watched a little bit of Erica, and we watched the stuff that happened with Nature Boy and all that kind of crazy stuff. But you could even feel that there wasn't a balance. You are very balanced in your approach. You're very, very fair. Very fair. You
I
need to really receive that what you are doing. And I know you talked to Deanne about, the Christian route. This is what I will say. Christianity looks different for everybody, but your assignment, you are on it. You are
thank
doing
you.
God's work.
I really appreciate you. I again don't know why you came on tonight, but the fact that you did, just like thank you. Like obviously, like hearing that what I'm doing is of some import to someone, right? So that was definitely meaningful. But I like that you held me to account regarding my capacity, like what I can and cannot do.
And
Um,
I'm not saying you're only a man, but you're still a human.
yeah.
And we can only do so much, and we can only give so much. So even when you need to take breaks, take breaks. We'll deal. It's YouTube. When you go to New York, you need to enjoy New York. You don't need to be coming on Discord shutting shit down. You need to be enjoying New York with your friends,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
You've gone through a lot in the past couple of months. And we
Yeah.
need to acknowledge and hold space for you, because what I don't want you to do is get burned out and we lose you. And then where are we?
Yeah.
Make sense?
Yes, it does. I thank you. You lifted my spirit in a way that I didn't think was going to happen tonight. So I truly, I don't know how to say thank you, and I don't know if you would
What you're doing is
understand.
enough. You don't have to tell me thank you, because what you're doing is allowing me to grow as a woman, as a human, as a Black woman, as a mother, and as a wife. You're allowing me to grow with the information that you provide. So I have to thank you.
I appreciate that, but I also want to say thank you for encouraging me and really like reminding me of words I've even said. So I truly appreciate that, and you've actually lifted my spirit. Like I didn't expect this. So come tomorrow, I am good. I appreciate
Good.
that. Thank
Good.
you, and I am sorry to hear about your family and
You know what? Um, here's the thing, and even in your loss, I have a spiritual teacher, and what she told me is that we don't own souls, and that people come and leave and they exit when they want to, and that what we get to do is cherish the memories and the times that we have with them, and that it's a transition and we can still communicate with them. And that's the thing that I do. So, he was a precious baby, and the beautiful thing is, although he's not here with us, he was able to help 7 families. So God's will is God's will,
yeah.
and I don't question it. And that's the thing that I want you to do. Don't question what you're doing, because you're
Mhm.
doing good work.
Thank you.
The whole thing is, what when we transition, what do we want to hear? Good job. Job well done. And all I can say to you is job well done.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Have a wonderful night. I'm glad. By the way, I didn't say this, but that your husband watched me. There's
Yes.
a man in a good relationship who is a
Hold on.
husband.
Let me call Tony.
no,
Look, just ghetto. I'm sorry.
no,
We was young.
no. No, that he
Tony.
watches me is good. So it
Oh no,
doesn't mean like,
you want to know what's funny is he's trying to be funny, but I know he's watching in the other room. So I bet when I go in here and look and see, look, look, you're gonna hear the echo. Do you hear the echo?
yes. Tony, I don't know if you can hear me, but if you can, I want to say that I appreciate you watching, because that means not only women watch, but men who are respectable and doing what they need to do watches and appreciates it. So that means I'm doing something right. So I appreciate that.
No, you are doing something extra special, and I can tell you, he is a fan. He is subscribed. He literally is like, "Hey, Themis is live. Are you watching?" I'm like, "Oh, okay, let's come, babe." Or he'll say, "Oh, okay. Well, how long is this stream?" And I'm like, "Well, babe, it's like 7 hours. It's gonna take us all weekend." And we'll start off, and I'll clean, and we'll watch a little bit. But he has literally said like how balanced you are, and he's like, "I really appreciate the way he approaches things." And I told him, I was just like, I don't see other channels like this. And my biggest fear is just, I just don't want you to get burned out. I don't want you to get discouraged. I don't want
Yeah.
you to feel like you have to carry this community on your own, because there are so many of us rooting for you and behind you and wanting to lift you and hold you whenever you need space, whenever you need time. We got you.
Yeah.
We
Yeah.
got you.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
I'll
The
let the next person come up. I've monopolized enough of the time. I mean, if I can stay up, fine. But if you want to let
No,
somebody jump up,
you can definitely stay up. Please stay up. Your spirit is very very complimentary to mine right now, and I really do appreciate it. But please stay up. This channel has done wonders for me. Stopped me from being bitter and angry, and has helped me argue better. Love you. Thank you. I'm creating people who can argue better. This is good. I absolutely love that. I love Themis. I drink mud water because of him. I don't know if that's a compliment yet, Eric.
no, Erica's been drinking it, and I saw her. She had her own like recipe that she had, and I was like, you know what? Okay, I'm gonna order me some mud water, because
Okay,
she's
see,
like the
now mud
first day
water
she
better
made
cut me
it.
that check. That's
I
what.
mean, but your skin, sir, the way that you be glowed up, I'm ordering me some mud water because,
mud,
period.
mud water needs to cut a check. That's what mud water needs to do for me. But all
Absolutely.
I did was drag them, so that's unlikely.
I'm
Thank
on
you,
mute.
Nicole. Thank you. Let's get Stan the man. Go ahead, Stan. Oh,
First of all,
Monique. Hey, Monique. Go ahead, Stan. Stan?
Yeah, sorry. First of all, yeah, my condolences that you lost your grandparents. You do make a difference in the show, like she said, like the lady said before. Um, I've been to your show. I've listened to many things. I disagree with you, but there's one thing I do agree with her. You are very respectful and you are very neutral. You go to the middle and you make us as a man think of what we said and everything. So I have to give you respect on that and everything. I don't agree some stuff of what you said, but you do make us think as men how to improve and how to become better as men, so we can become better leaders, better people, and do you do ask hard questions that we need to think and say, he made a point. Let me listen to it. Let me see what's his point of view. So you do bring that, and I do have to give respect. And it's true. I agree with the lady that you are a very original show. You are somebody who does ask the hard question that we need to ask, and I do believe, I hope with time and with your help that I hope that black men and black women will go back to having great relationship like we used to have, the black love that we used to have.
Not with my help. um, I appreciate that, Stan. I especially appreciate that from you because you and I were going back and forth the other day. And the fact that you came up here and said that is actually nice. So like we can disagree and still maintain some level of camaraderie. So I appreciate that.
No, you have my utmost respect. Even if we disagree, you have my utmost respect. You've
Thank
proven your
you.
point. So it's not because I disagree that you have my utmost respect. And I do appreciate you said some stuff, and I do appreciate you inviting me to your show.
Yeah.
Going
And
to the Go
wait,
ahead.
before you go on, Enola, thank you for being you. I appreciate that. Thank you so much. Go ahead, Stan.
Now going to the question, um, is black women hard on black men?
Oh, are we too hard on black men?
Depends. It's a hard question to answer and everything. Like I think that as a black man, if you're supposed to be the leader of your family, there's some stuff that you need to teach black men to become better leaders. And there's always, like my father always said, there's always a saying, like if you want to improve somebody, if you want to improve to anything, you go to the best person possible. Yes, you will get criticized for things, but nice knife became knife. That means you become sharper, you become a better leader, you become a better person. If you become a better leader in everything, you should attract a better woman in your life and everything. So I always go back to responsibility. So if a black man can't take responsibility of his life, then that's the basic. Once you've taken responsibility of your life, once you know what you have done, once you know you've done the hard work from inside and outside, and you think you are a good leader, then go get what you want. Go get the woman that you want, who will follow you, who will submit to you, but who will also advise you and who will be a complementary in your relationship. Who will basically bring you to a higher level so you could become a better man. And like I said, I think your show is one to be one of the shows that's going to bring us back to respecting each other and listening to each other, and having a higher black love than we used to have. Because if it wasn't for the strength that we had between black men and black women, we would still have no right to vote. We would still have all the stuff that we had. We had the strength of become who we are because of both people being together.
Yeah, I I hope, if anything, because I think I don't want to take that mantle on and I don't want that to be an expectation. But one of the things I do hope that we are able to do is have better conversations, right?
Yeah.
I think one of the failures that we have is cognitive dissonance and cognitive bias. They're not the same thing. But to the extent we are engaging in conversation, I think there is an unwillingness to admit when we are wrong, to accept that we don't fully understand some of our ideas as sort of talking points, and we don't know how to engage with other people. So active listening is not something that we've been good at. And I know this because of all the most of the debates I've had where I'll say something and someone will just go off the handle about something that was definitely not even a part of the conversation. So I do hope that you're right in that we start having better conversations. I don't know anything about the relationship aspect. If that improves, that is only a byproduct of better conversation, because I'm not attempting to improve individual relationships. I'm not doing that. Because I don't have the right or authority to do that. But as a byproduct, that should be fine. But I'm not intentionally trying to make Black men and Black women better at relationships, because I don't have the credentials for that. um,
But
Mark,
but I
go ahead.
Okay, but I truly believe that by what you just said, having better communication elevates the relationship better with Black men and Black women.
Yeah.
And to go back to what you said, it's a Black woman that basically talked to me, a good friend of mine, who talked to me about the same thing as you did, I think a year ago. And I wasn't doing what you said. I wasn't listening to her, and she basically said the reason that you're always attacking and not listening to me is because you're letting your ego hurt you. You think that because I'm your friend, you have to always defend yourself instead of really listening to what I have to say, and not saying to yourself, this person doesn't want to hurt me. This person is maybe saying something that I never saw. This person is saying another point of view that I never saw, and I should listen to it. Maybe I should not agree, but at least I have to give her the respect of listening to her and saying, you know what, I don't agree with what she said, but at least I listened. I understand what she did. And since that day, when she told me that, and it was a good friend of mine who told me that, I'm trying. Of course, there's always things to improve. To more listen to people and to not interrupt them and to not take it personally when somebody says something that I don't agree. That has nothing to do with personal. It has to do with it's another point of view. They have the right to another point of view, and you just have to listen and say, okay, let me think about it and everything, but not take it personally. It's a really an ego when we deflect or hurt or go there and not listen. It's because our ego is talking and say, let me come back to what the person says.
Yeah. Um, I think active listening is a problem. And part of why I think a lot of people think you're too hard on them is because when you believe something and you're in a bubble that tells you you're correct, when that bubble gets popped, right? When you go out into the world and you are challenge, and sometimes they're just questions, right? Questions feel like they are insults aimed at you and they're like daggers, and you feel like you have to defend yourself, when honestly the truth is a lot of people have not fully thought their ideas out. They understand how they benefit from holding certain ideas, so they hold it, but they don't think about what it means in the larger sort of scope of society. And I find that with most of the debates that happen, I have not lost a debate on this channel, even though a lot of them shouldn't have been debates because they were conversation. I have not, and the reason is the people who are debating generally do not understand the point from which they are coming. And the logical extreme of certain argument will have them at a disadvantage, right? Like the argument against feminism, I don't understand, particularly from Black men. We don't have to get into this, but I don't understand the argument against feminism from Black men, particularly in a society where we don't have the kind of resources that we need to hold a family together by ourselves, right? In terms of just literal finances. So the idea that feminism is somehow antithetical to Black men's survival in America seems odd when they say they want 50-50. 50-50 does not work outside of feminism, right? So unless you're going to pick and choose parts of feminism, which is your prerogative, it doesn't make sense when people just broad stroke feminism as something negative. Now, I admit that I'm not a feminist anymore because I cannot send a woman to war. I could not look at a woman and say, you go on the front line. So because I can't do that, there is some residual belief about men and women that I have that I need to work on. But I cannot, with good conscience, do that. Anyway, this is neither here nor there. Let's go to, I think, Marcus Concern and then Bell. Marcus.
Hello. Can you hear me?
Yeah, how are you?
I'm fine.
You were one of the people who were sad about the Discord, weren't you? Wait, was it Marcus? I think it was Marcus. My bad.
No, actually,
Oh,
Marcus what's my name on the Discord.
yeah.
So, um, so this whole topic reference to this channel and also in general is like, seriously, like I can't even take the question seriously. And the fact that it's being responded to with the level of thought and intelligence on this channel and amongst general Black women shows that it's a ridiculous question. And so, but basically focusing on this channel, I mean, it gets to the point where you're saying these horrific stats about Black women, and Black men are able to derail the conversation for hours, where they basically say, no, I can't disagree with the stats. I think the stats are right. But the way you said the stats hurts my fifis, and it makes Black men look bad. And the hours on this channel that are given to just talking to these men, where it's basically like, and even the men whose ideas change, it's like, okay, are women people? Are women people? Should you hurt them? And so, and honestly, with this channel,
Wait, Marcus, what, 1 second. I feel like I've asked that direct question. Like I felt like I had to simplify it literally like that once and ask it exactly like that, where it was like, okay, I think we're not on the same page in terms of women's humanity. Continue.
And I know you said, and this is probably something you would have to think about, because I know you said you do want to change people's minds, and of course, your channel, how you want to go with it. But I think this is where this channel is reaching the point of the paradox of tolerance. And like, who do you want to convince? And even when you were talking about afterwards, where like the conversations were really derailed, like speaking to one dude for like 3 or 4 hours, and you say afterwards, it's the women who are coming to you, like trying to say, oh, how can they be more understanding towards men? And it's like, do Black women really need to do that? And like, is that the change you want to do? Is that the influence you want to have? And so it's like a couple of men who are saying, okay, maybe Black women are people. So the idea, so what I'm saying is, I think it's reaching a level where you would have to decide what you want to protect. And also with the idea of echo chamber, and I know you're afraid of the echo chamber, and that makes sense. However, the people from the manosphere, the reason they're able to like filibuster and like have all these basically conversations with themselves and not even listen.
Go to prison. Go ahead.
Sorry, that was it's because a lot of the stuff they say, it's not just the manosphere that's the echo chamber, it's general society. Because even if you go to general society and stuff, people, normal men on the street, if you say manosphere talking points, you'd be like, oh, that's mean, but there's some truth in that. That's mean, but there's some truth in that. Oh, he went too far, but there's some truth in that. That the echo chamber of society. And I would argue that the people who are, even if you're wrong or misinterpret stats, the people who have different ideas, they've done more level of introspective work and being more open-minded to go against the common narratives of society. Like, real talk, if you're a Black woman raised in the Black community and you're like, and if you even think, hey, Black women deserve to make choices for themselves, to be quote unquote selfish, they deserve to be happy, you've already gone against 90% of the cultural framing. And that shows that you're done more introspective work and willing to think critically and to basically fight against the echo chamber. Like, I don't think the danger of this becoming echo chamber, because where else are you going to get ideas commonly talked about on here with the level of depth and introspection? I don't think this can become an echo chamber, because as soon as you turn this off, watch any movie, watch any TV, talk to any person on the street, you're going to get those conflicting viewpoints. And also my last point, I know you said, and this is about what do you want to protect? So you have the speaking to men is like, are women people? And here's one thing I remember in the earlier days, we still do, but it's kind of changed a bit. We were having really in-depth and really powerful conversations where I think we were even having one conversation where we were talking about something. It was in, I literally couldn't think of a way to answer that question because the question was so deep. I know this is not helpful, but basically it's very this is going to sound arrogant, but it's very rare to have these cultural conversations and you can't think of the next step or the next response or something to respond. It was totally novel that I had no idea what would come next, and that was exciting and scary. And I think I've referenced it before with you. And then a little bit after that, it started to be derailed with like our women people conversations. So when thinking of what you want to protect, what kind of conversations do you want to have? Because these out of box conversations were so insightful, thoughtful, and giving weight to different ideas and novel versus conversations that we can
Now,
have everywhere. I'm sorry?
yeah, no, yeah. And I, so admittedly, I have dumbed down the content. I have. It is not, so I asked a question previously about whether or not I'm asking too much of the audience. That is it too much work? Prior to now, this year, there were times when I deleted most of the things from the community tab because I was trying to clean it up. But I would post the link to articles and studies and all of that prior to doing my live stream. And then I would have the expectation that people read it before, and then we would come on and talk about it. I found out no one was reading that. Well, not no one. Some of the women who came up would read it and go through it, and some people already knew it. But like a lot of the guys who come up would not have read it, and then we would have conversations where no one would be like at the level they need to be. Not no one, but the men who disagree won't be at the level they need to be to engage in the discourse. And so after that, I decided not to post those because no one was reading them. And instead, I started to break them down. I started to break. The CRT stream was a classic example of that. Yeah, no. The critical race theory discourse, like we had meaningful, and we still do. I think it's still meaningful. But what I'm saying is, have I dumbed it down too much? And who am I appealing to? Because it can't be like, obviously, you don't want anyone, quote unquote, left behind. And I don't think the content is so big and academic that people would not understand. But I think that we have. I remember that I asked not Dean, Jaron, this question because he was going off and he couldn't tell me the tenets, but he disagreed with it. But that's neither here nor there. But the thing is, like, people on YouTube aren't watching YouTube to like engage in these kinds of discourse. So maybe I'm too hard on my audience and I'm requiring too much from my audience in terms of engagement.
Let me push back. Sorry.
But I mean, go ahead.
Let me push back because, like, actually something, and I know I'm interrupting you, but I feel it's super important because.
No,
like,
you're fine. Go ahead.
And I don't know if you realize you're saying it. This is actually speaking to what I was talking about. What do you want to protect? Because you even just said yourself, the women would do the reading, the guys wouldn't. And you would be trying to have these fundamental conversations with the guys. And then you change the direction of the channel to cater to the people who couldn't even be bothered to do the reading. And honestly, as someone who went to graduate school, I don't know if law school is the same, but you can have thoughtful discussions with people who haven't done the reading as long as they try. These men weren't even willing to try. So I'm speaking more to like the people who care, want to engage with the conversation, but they just didn't have time to do the reading versus people who don't even know what CRT is and are trying to argue against it. They're, two different types of people who don't do the reading. So this is speaking directly to what kind of conversation do you want to have? What do you want to protect? And that's why I'm saying you're reaching a level where you have to choose one because you can't have both. It's getting to the point where the wolves are basically coming and dictating the rules for the sheep. Not to say we're sheep, but, predators and prey.
Yeah, I mean, and you're right. The problem, not the problem is if these people continuously get left behind in terms of academic input, they won't grow, right? And while it's not who I want to protect because that's hopefully quite clear. It's also, can I also help those who want to be helped? But if you're not doing the reading, it don't sound like you want to be helped, or maybe you can't do the reading. And so I try to answer the questions not always in the negative as it relates to the men who can come on, but like hopeful that even if they didn't do the reading, they could come on and they will hear the stats and then they'll change. But then I tell them the stat, and then they are like, "Well, I don't need stat. I have the spirit of the Black people in me, like the spirit of the Panther." And so like those conversations, I don't know what to do when I tell someone, "Hey, this is happening," and they're like, "No, it's not because I don't care about stats. I can have the connection to my people." Like I don't know what that means. Not in academic terms. So I mean, again, there will be more reevaluation as we go forward. I just don't. I don't want people. I don't want people to be like feel completely left out. Not them is cuddling black man. I've been cuddling black man. I don't know why they're mad at me. I really don't know why. Because I literally. I give them space. They will come up, and the women who are up here with me having these really intelligent conversation have to be quiet for like 3 hours while I try to figure out what is being said.
Honestly, you give more space to the men who disagree than with the women who disagree. Honestly.
Yeah, I mean, yeah.
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 I just wanted to point that out, and like you're walking a very precarious tightrope, and I'm interested to see how you navigate that. And also, my question, I know the lady before, Tiffany, yes, okay, who was talking about, seriously, I am seriously curious about how you are a lawyer and volunteer, do this, still have a social life according to your Instagram, and make yourself open to respond to enough people. Like, do you sleep? Not to get personal, but do you sleep?
I do sleep. My mom was on the live just now. I won't tell you who she was. She's cuddling her black king. I'm kidding. No. I am a workaholic. And so I've made a ton of videos on my second channel, and I've posted none of them. The issue I have is I don't think that the life I live will be good for other people. And so while I can tell you how to be I don't want to say high achiever, but perform optimally continuously, while I do think I can teach that, I don't know if it's fair to require that from anyone or for anyone to even attempt to do it, because I do have a social life with other attorneys, which is not that social. And I do work a lot, and then I find time for YouTube. I find time for YouTube because, believe it or not, this is like my safe space. This is where I come when like you guys give me compliments. Like I come on here and there's a ton of compliments, and I'm like, period. I am not gonna pretend like I'm a model after I come off this stream because everyone has told me how great I look. So I'm not gonna deny that there is a kind of there is a kind of payoff that comes from being in front of you guys and talking with you guys, and not just the compliments, but like the actual conversations. Like I get to set the agenda for conversations that I want to have, and then I come to people who are also interested in that conversation, and we talk and we talk and we talk, and I leave learning more, not just about like the topic, but about myself and my capacity to listen. And like I sector times and space in my life to do what I want. but it is a hard. It is a a 16-hour a day work day. And if the life goes on for 11 hours, then well, I just work 24 hours that day. So it is not a great. It is a great. It is my life, and I love it. But it's not a life that I think someone who wants to like be mediocre can live, or not mediocre. That's definitely not the word I should have said.
I don't
It's
want to
not.
interrupt you. It's not sustainable. And
It is
that's
not
our thing.
sustainable.
That you literally can tell that this is your passion, and that I literally told my husband, he's like, how is he on for 8 hours? I'm like, he's enjoying every minute of this, and you
Yep.
can tell that you are enjoying it, and I feel like this is your outlet. I'm pretty sure. I don't want to make an assumption, but I am one that in my profession I have to code switch quite a bit. And I think for you, it's nice to have other Black intellectuals that kind of understand, and you're not code switching,
Yep.
but you also don't have to dumb down. And I agree with concern in the fact of, I get the whole no child left behind, but that didn't work for George Bush, and it's not going to work for you.
Not
Yep,
the no
yep. That
child
was
left
Marcus, but yep,
behind.
yep.
Not.
I mean, no, I get that I get what you're saying. I get it. Like, you want to bring people with you, and you don't want it to just be a gaggle of Black women. But it's almost like when we watched the Dr. Umar. If you don't take the time to even read the article to know that this is a Black man married to a Black woman because you want to prove your point, you're lazy. You're
Yeah.
not intellectual. And at this point, you are taking advantage of the capital that you have with the community. And there are men that come on this channel that take advantage of the capital of the fact that you do not want to leave people behind. But if you come into a 5-hour live stream and you don't bother to even look at the chat to see where the conversation is, and you've got to break down everything, and then it's just like, okay. And it's almost as if, I don't know if any other woman is like me, but when I see them come up, I'm just like, here we go. And the last stream, I loved how you did it, where it was just them and a couple of women kind of snuck in. But for the most part, excuse me, you had it mostly men, because I think you have recognized that the women get it. They get it. We have the conversation. You show the video. We dissect it. People hop up. They come up. They talk. You know, you have Deanne come in. She lays down a word. LB comes in. She lays down a word. Me, not me. I can't think of your other Jamaican sister in, but is it the truth teller?
Truth
Like,
teller.
she comes in, she lays a word. Like, there are just certain people that, like, they're just bam, 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 like on point, SJK. And then you see it and you're like, shit, a man. We're going to be regressed. And it's like the person that, I don't know, because I know you are not schooled in America.
I was.
Okay, so you know what TAG is? Talented and gifted?
No.
Okay, so you have TAG students that they're talented and gifted, like the kids that are super smart, and they get to go out and they do special things. And it's almost like this channel is a talented and gifted show. And you have people with this extraordinary intellect. And then we've got to go back to the people that are in regular class, trying to consume the same thing. And it's like, we've covered this. We talked about this. You weren't paying attention. And then they just, like she said, they eat up so much time. But then the part of me is just like, I can't be mad at you because that's your heart. You literally say, don't look for me to drag. I'm not the channel that's going to drag you. Don't look for me to call people names. I'm not going to do this. Don't look for me to do this. But at some point, we've got to be able to give a little pushback of like, this is the subject. If you don't know what we're talking about, here's an article. So maybe you can go back to whatever it is and drop the article. Hey, if you have some feedback, put that in there. But if not, absolutely, like, You
Wait, can
cannot
I
come
push
here
back for
and
a
derail.
second though? Is it that the women understand, which they do? Is it just a understanding on the women's part, or is it that they agree with me?
No, because there are things, I mean, I don't agree with this topic. I do not agree that we're hard on Black men. But I have
Period.
enough,
Period.
I have enough wherewithal to say, like, yeah, you know, as a society, we can be hard on each other like this. Like I never see Will Smith and Jada Pinkett again. Oh my God, I would be so super happy. But you broke down Dr. Umar. This is a man with a PhD that did not take the time to read an article of a book that is 10 years old that 4 months ago you covered. You covered that book 4 months ago. This wasn't new content. This wasn't, you just saw an article that was um, picking up steam, and you see this divestment that's picking up steam, and you see that your cash cow is finna dry up. That's what that was. But we knew what the article was about. And
Yeah.
then he, like, ancestral womb, and went, like, we went all the way through this 45-minute diatribe for him to agree with every freaking point in the article. You proved the article right. So you are intellectually lazy. Why is that my fault?
Yeah.
Can
Why
I
is that
jump
my
in?
gig?
Yeah. Go ahead, concerned. Agreed, by
So
the way, Tiffany.
1,000% agreed. One of the things I want to push back on, Miss Tiffany, and thank you so much. You've said a lot of words from my heart. I'd like to push back on the idea of the gifted, um, only because I feel like when we parse out who is special and who is not, we we don't have the authority. We could be prematurely doing that. We don't know how to see things
No,
from
and
different
you know
vantage
what?
points.
I thank you for correcting me, because I am not a talented type of person. I don't think that tag is the necessarily best program for anybody. Not for the kids that are gifted, and not for the kids that are quote unquote average. So thank you for pushing back, because you are absolutely correct in that. You are right.
Thank you. And just to kind of, and thank you for acknowledging that, but just to kind of double click once, just on that idea, because in reality, I think that um, we do coddle Black men, and we don't let, it's so easy to just go from this kind of textbook way of responding to things that they don't ever have to try. And Themis, you've brought it up several times over. They have not scratched the surface. But I think that kind of to the question, are we too hard on Black men? Life is hard on Black people in general. And we just have to acknowledge that. And so when we think about, the idea of what's it gonna take for Black people to meaningfully change the way that we exist in the world, and we know that Black people can become lawyers, Black people can become doctors, but there's still things that are mostly universal when it comes to the Black experience. And it's because of when we think about statistically, what is the most likely outcome and what are the most common setbacks, those things that we are going to have to overcome are going to be hard. And so when I think about how desperate we are to see change, I think that a lot of Black women are, and I say desperate, including myself, and I say desperate because it's the meaning of the world, not the intention of the world, or the disgusting avatar that usually is associated with it. But we have so many internalized things that just make us really easy to fool. So when you think about the cadence in how Dr. Umar was talking, even though the things that he said did not go against what Ralph said, but when you say it with a kind of cadence, and when you say it with the right hat on, right? And with the right, the with, you know, with using connections to pro-Black words, a lot of people will believe you. We go into this kind of I guess trance type thing where it feels safe. And even if it has not been safe like ever, and so when I think about being hard on Black men, kind of going back to that subject, I think that life is hard on Black people, and Black men are just biding their time because it's comfortable right now. They're doing things that don't move the needle. They're having the same conversations over and over again. You could literally rinse and repeat on any Black man that would like to come up and get 1 million subscribers. Just knock Black women, say the same things. Really, the difference is who can get to it first, who can get to the articles first. That's it. That's all they're competing on. No one's ever saying anything different. And I think that's why we're stagnant, because no one's actually moving the bar. Like, and you move the bar, Steven. And I think you should keep moving the bar. Do not, and including me, because I know my ass will not read the assignment, and I have done that before. And so call me out on it. Keep me honest. And hold the bar to where it needs to be, because in reality that makes people push themselves. It makes people stretch. And even if all they're gonna do is BS, if the bar is that they read the thing, then let the bar be that they read the thing. Because to your earlier point, you know, you wanna make a difference. You can't make a difference by keeping things the same, Themis. Move the bar, do it with intent. And, you know, to the idea of whether or not kind of this is going to actually move, like, you know, overall, right? Like, are Black people going to ever see like a material difference in their quality of life and their trajectory? I think that Black men need to deal with this themselves. Like, yes, come on, and we'll talk. We'll hold hands and sing Kumbaya. Or not, we'll descend, whatever we're about to do. But I think that Black women and men have two very different stakes in the game, because Black women are also vulnerable because they're women and because we have children. And so we can't keep holding on to this hope that Black men are going to take it as seriously as we are, because at this stage they're not. And we've had enough time to see it. And so we need to just believe them and leave it to whatever is going to make them not resent Black women and themselves. Like, life is going to have to learn them. Like, and I don't even mean that in anything morbid or, you know, punitive or whatever, but like, they resent us, guys. They cannot like differentiate a Black woman from a villain. They literally will just make shit up to make Black women be a villain. It doesn't even have to make sense. They are like literally belligerent. They're delusional. They're not seeing things for what they are. And I think we need to remove ourselves from the equation so that we can stop being caught up in whatever their storyline is and let them figure it out without us being a part of the story, and see what happens. Let God do God's thing, because it's really not for us to decide how this all turns out. But that's what I have on that. Thank you. Themis, you're muted, I think.
Oh, I literally was having a whole conversation by myself over here. Before Tiffany, you said you wanted to speak? Or were you
No,
motioning to me?
I literally was agreeing with I'm glad that Concern came back and addressed the whole tag or the talented 10th or the whole intellectual, or I don't think it serves us well when we try to feel as though one part of the community has a higher intelligence than the other. And I like when she said, keeping us accountable to do the homework. Like, if everybody gets the assignment, if a little white girl can sing, I understood the assignment, and we all get it. Like, if you send an assignment and people don't do it, then you didn't do your homework. And it's kind of like, I don't care if the dog ate it. I don't care what happened. You didn't do the work, so you don't get to comment. Like
Yeah.
I'm so glad that she came back to that, because it is very easy to be like, well, we are part of the elite and we understand the difference, and we. So I'm glad that she said it, because it's true. We all have access to the internet. Google is free 99. YouTube Uni that we're on right now is absolutely here if you don't understand a word. And I'm telling you, when y'all get into y'all lawyer talk, I get to Google like, what the heck is that? Or what does that mean? But it helps, like she said, it stretches me, it grows me. So I don't want dumbed down content. I want content that makes me grow. I watch you to grow. I watch you to be better. And everyone has access to the same resources. We're not on the same playing field. You get what I'm saying? Like, it's not like we're doing gentrification and this is a better school district and these, you have different resources. We all have YouTube. We all have Google. We all have access to the same tools. If you don't understand and you are not engaged enough to go and do your own research, that's a you thing. That's not a Themis thing, and that's not something that the TTTs and the fruitcakes should have to deal with.
You want to know something? Actually, as you were talking, I read Stephanie's. By the way, Stephanie, I can't believe you're still here watching. Like, you're amazing. Thank you so much. I watched your video regarding mostly about traveling and being able to travel and things like that. However, this question I think is super important. But Themis, what is your channel's true mission, right? I don't know if you can be of service to Black women and Black men at the same time. And I actually think about this a lot recently. The reason I've thought about it is, it seems Black men are triggered who come into the chat, not Black men generally, but the Black men that respond to me here are triggered by like me stating like stats, right? Like, if there's something wrong with the stats, I allow space for you to come and explain to me why I'm wrong. And it seems like for Black women, and I'm saying it seems, but it's statistically proven, right? The Black women who have endured some of the harshest experience do so at the hands of Black men, right? So now, how do you attempt to speak to Black men and to Black women? Well, for me, what I want to do is I'm speaking to Black men specifically about the stats. And maybe one of the most uncomfortable things for them, which is why they keep talking about I'm disparaging them, but one of the most uncomfortable things for them is I don't think they want to take ownership of the stats, right? And so it is difficult to answer your question directly. I do think I can speak to both. I do believe that. I don't know if they can speak to me, and that's the problem. So unless you're willing to accept the stats as they are and then talk about your role or in them or how you are different, I'm for that. The problem is not very many men are willing to own the stats. I own the stats, even though I've never put my hand on a woman, right? I own the stats, even though I've never killed a woman. I own the stats because it is what it is. It is how Black women have experienced the world, and the people doing the research are probably smarter than you are, and they understand what is happening. Now, you, as a man who is now a part of the stat, don't get to reject it and pretend like it's not real. That's not what you get to do. What you get to do is try to make it better for the people experiencing the hardship, right? So accountability is what I preach when it comes to Black men. For Black women, we are on another journey about punishment. What is punishment? Why should there be punishment? Is there a utilitarian reason for punishment or a retributive reason for punishment? And how do you exist in a world where you've been wronged and wanting justice? And what does that justice look like? And you can talk to me about that. It's never that direct with Black women when I talk about it. I mean, I've brought up justice before, but it's never that direct because Black women can hold that space. And I know they can because they've done it multiple times on this channel while I'm talking to a man who I think is like probably, let me not say it, but I've spoken to people who do not have the range to have the discourse, who've literally said Black women are to be blamed for their own abuse, right? I don't think that's fair to ask Black women to sit here and listen to that. And I told Black women, you can leave at this point because we don't care about the views at this point. I don't care. Please leave. Come back if you want. Don't come back if you don't. Because now it's a he and I. You just said some foolishness and you need to be held accountable for it. So I don't think I'm trying to create a safe space for men because if you come here as a man, you're coming in where there is a ton of stats that we need to discuss. And you don't get to feel like, oh, I don't want to acknowledge that. I don't want to deal with that. No. And if the stats were against Black women wouldn't have the right, unfortunately for them, to come in and pretend like it wasn't happening. I would have held everyone to account. The thing is, the problem with Black women is their choice in people who are like literally not even, the bar is so low that there's nothing there. So when I hear other Black women saying, raise the bar, Black woman, you should go where you're celebrated, I'm like, okay, so it looks like Black women are having that conversation already. I am not a Black woman. I don't think I can tell Black women to vet men because, again, I don't even know how to vet them myself. So if Black women are having that conversation, let them have that conversation over there. I am not going to sit here and blame Black women for being single mothers when the reason they are single mothers is because the man left. That is the only reason they're single mother is because there's no man there. Like, so it's the absentee father that's the problem. And statistically, they're the ones choosing to leave. They're not being forced out or kicked out or the court didn't step in and remove them. So that's my problem there. So can I hold space for both men and women? I can hold an objective space where we discuss the stats. And for those who want to advance, they can come in and advance. But as soon as the stats change, then my opinion has to change because it won't be predicated on the stats, right? So I'm not trying, like I'm protective of Black women. I know that for a fact. But I am not so biased in my protection of Black women that I would lie or hide a stat that paints Black women in a negative light. I won't do that. But I'm a Black man, so I can talk about the stats for Black men, right? So it wouldn't be fair as a Black man to only talk to women. I think I would need to talk to men. And I do, unfortunately, and I will admit this, have this glimmer of hope that I will hear more Black men come on, even if they completely disagree with me, engage in such a way that I understand where they're coming from. Because I can promise you, for the people who disagree with me on the stats, I don't know where they're coming from. Have no idea what they're talking about. Literally don't know what's happening. Like I'm listening to them and I'm like, okay, but like, the stats are there. So like you can be angry, you can say you haven't done it. I'm not talking to you personally, but like after you run your story, can we talk about these stats? And I find that most men aren't willing to do that. So that's where we are. I hope that was a long-winded way of saying I am hopeful that the space I create is not one that is only for men or women, but for truth. Truth teller, go ahead. I feel like that's a good transition. Wait, no, actually, I would want you to go, but I feel like Belle has been here forever. And I want Belle, I don't know if it's a man or woman, I think it's a woman, and then truth teller. But that transition was sick and I loved it, but I have to respect it. Go
That
ahead,
would have
Belle.
been sick.
You're on mute, Belle.
Hi everyone.
Hey.
Hi everyone. Hi Themis. Can you hear me properly?
Yep.
Okay, Themis. I've been watching for ages, and I'll start with the question you were talking about just a while ago. Can you help Black women and Black men at the same time? I think if you're helping Black women, you're automatically going to be helping Black men as well. Um, and I am a firm believer that everything is not for everyone. Your space is a space that might not be able to reach everybody, but it will reach in it can reach a critical enough mass that you sort of you start having penetration into other groups. Your and I would tell you to never lower the standard of your channel, because it's a resource that can stay there. We can refer people to this resource. There are not a lot of resources in the Black online space to which we can say, go here, and not have people using bad words for Black people, whether it's Black men or otherwise. It's a space that we can direct anybody of any race, of any intelligence or education level to, from a political party, from a strategist. We don't have to be ashamed of this channel. As for things like preaching to the choir, there is there is value in just creating something that is of good quality and that has value as a reference. So let me sort of go to continue the love fest, right? To me, you're like a unicorn in black spaces. You're on the level of a For Harriet. You're on the level of a Julesy in terms of the quality of your content. But what, in my estimation, places you above these channels is that you actively engage with your audience. We are able to come on here and talk to you. You hear a lot of different viewpoints, but you have done that without lowering your standard. And you said something about not vetting. You are actually vetting. You're vetting through your actions and through upholding your standards. The people who are not, this is not for, will fall by the wayside because it's not for them. The people who cannot come here and get something valuable are people who don't have good intentions, are men who don't have good intentions. Um, this is a space that can benefit men, because if men genuinely want to be good to women, this is a space where they can come to listen to women's concerns, to hear from different women in the Black community. So I think you have found a niche that is, you fit here, you're needed here, you are performing a valuable service, and please don't let anybody make you think otherwise. You may not have the largest group, but you're the definition of quality being quality trumping quantity. The quality of the people here, the lack of animosity, the open-mindedness of people here is beyond compare. And I say this just having come out of a Twitter space a couple of hours ago that was very sort of antagonistic and raga raga and hostile.
You said
It
raga
made me
raga.
appreciate you. It made me appreciate you all the more. So I mean, you discourage ad hominem attacks. You maintain a high standard of debate. Facts reign supreme for you. You're open to new ideas and different perspectives. You discourage below the belt and dishonest debating tactics. You give Black men a standard to emulate, where I can only name good quality Black women producers of this type of content. So you are very valuable doing exactly what you are doing, and you are not asking too much of anyone. In fact, that takes me into the actual question that's the topic here. Um, I'm from St. Lucia, and a long time ago, I was in a steel band up in London, right? I live in London now. I was playing, and a young Black Londoner who's of Jamaican descent, she came up to me in the band and she said to me, when I went to school here, you inspire me so much. When I went to school here, I told the teacher I wanted to be a doctor. And she told me, oh, maybe it's better to think about being a nurse instead. And while I'm not downplaying the value of nurses, we all know one, being a doctor is seen as more aspirational, and it also requires sort of a higher level of qualifications, sort of going up the chain. So what I brought that up to say is this: Black people resent when other people outside our race do this to us. Tar us with the brush of lower expectations than we believe we're capable of. What is being too hard on men? Do you see the way the African community pushes their boys when they're overseas? This is why they stay in marriages for longer, they do better at school, etc., than say maybe boys of Black American and Black West Indian heritage in the diaspora. The low ex If you don't, boys love challenges. They always say it with regard to women, but if you don't give it to them in their personal lives, if you don't say to boys, you can do this, we do it to them in sports. We hold them to the highest of bars in sports. Why don't we hold it to them to that standard in everyday life? We hold you to the highest standards of intellect. In St. Lucia is the country with the highest per capita level of Nobel laureates on the planet. It's a majority Black country. We have two Nobel laureates, a population of under 180,000, one in economics and one in literature, right? It is a unique, almost unique phenomenon for Black people to hold the highest rank in an intellectual setting, right? And it's two men who have those Nobel laureates, those Nobel prizes. And I want to see Black men be as aspirational as the Black men of that generation who are fighting to prove that colonialism, all of these things were just a setback for us, that we can achieve, that can excel in every sphere. We're not just the court jesters. We are not just the entertainers. We are not just the athletes who go and sort of bang our heads on the field. We can also hold our own in the worlds of business. We can also hold our own in terms of intellect. And I think that this is the niche that you are fulfilling, and this is where I see you going. So for me, don't change, dig into your niche, and you have the absolute advantage in this area. For those who know econ, the person with the absolute advantage is the person who can manufacture a product at a higher quality and faster rate for greater profit than other competing businesses. So you stay in the niche where you are the number one at what you do, and let other people create their niches for other people and to fulfill other needs. But we like you the way you are. Thank you guys for everything. I'm muted now.
Thank you. I really, really did appreciate that. Assignments will be going out this week for Friday's live. Truth teller.
I
You're on mute. You're
I
muted.
thought I was off.
Up there you go.
One
There you
second.
go.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Can you hear me? Okay, great. Thank you. Um, that was fantastic. Everything, I'm going to echo everything that everyone else has just said. Um, what you've been doing, Venus, is amazing. You are amazing, and we are very grateful and happy to have you. What you're doing is invaluable and can hardly be quantified. So thank you for your tireless work. And please do take care of yourself and your health. We know that you're a hard worker, um, or what have you, but rest is still very important. Because again, to echo what the first person said, I forget her name, with her lovely husband. We don't want you to burn out. You know what I mean? And in terms of like, don't be so hard on yourself. I feel like you're already doing an excellent job and everything you can do in order to make the space a safe place for Black women to come and to have to dialogue in intellectual ideas about what's going on in our communities in society. But to the topic at hand, are we too hard on Black men? Absolutely not. to say it your way, absolutely not. And that's on period. we're definitely not too hard, and neither are you too hard, by the way. I feel like, well, we're not too hard on them in society, generally speaking, nor are we too hard on them in this specific space. You have been the most generous, I would say, compared to other platforms, like many of the people on here. I do watch, other YouTubers that talk about, similar situations happening in the Black community, and you by far are the one that offers the most grace to them. And although some of them is very, I don't even know what the word to use. Actually, I do know the word to use, but I will not use it because I do not want to be mean. But let's just say some of them can be trying of one's patience. But you do offer them patience along with your grace. And I do think that I admire that you do it, because, there have been one and two here or there that have come on and have offered something, although majority of them, you know, are just talking pure foolishness and nonsense. But again, to keep hope alive, and it's a testament to your patience and grace that you've shown. I feel like it's necessary. I do like the idea of like the open dialogue, and for us to learn and to grow together. And more to the point though of are we hard on Black men? No, we've been, I think we said it over and over again. In fact, we've done the exact opposite. We've coddled them way too much. There's a saying that goes, necessity is the mother of invention. And what that means is that until someone's back is against the wall, that's when you know who you are. That's when you become who you're meant to become, right? Like when the chips are down, like who are you really? When your back is against the wall, what will you do? So Black men have been propped up and supported and encouraged so much by Black women that now, and it's been said before, that they're entitled and they expect it. And they're doing literally the bare minimum. You know what I mean? And I think like you seem to have, oh Lord, I think it's because I love my people in general. I love Black people. I'm a Black woman. I grew up, as I shared before, was born in Jamaica, immigrated to Canada when I was 13 years old, and ended up living in a majority white community, and still do live there, like one city over. And I'm grateful for that opportunity because it taught me something. They're no better than we are. They're no more intellectual than we are. They're no more capable than we are. But the difference though is what they value and they place value on. And I think someone else alluded to this. Black people are excellent in the area of entertainment, and I'm including sports in this because people go and watch sports to be entertained and to, step away from, ordinary life and venture into like sort of like another world. So entertainment, athletes, actors, and all of that. We dominate in those areas because that's where we put a lot of energy to. So likewise, then, if we were to apply ourselves in the STEM fields, right, math and science and engineering and technology and all those things, we could also advance there. But there is a culture within a Black community that denigrates any smart kid, especially if you're a male, that is actually very intelligent, that can actually
I mean,
articulate
Dr.
themselves.
Umar Dr. Umar, who is supposed to be a PhD, was being severely anti-intellectual in his condescension of like Ralph Richard Banks, right? Like he was like, "Oh, he
Exactly.
went to a good school. He has a." It's like that can't be why you're mad. Like that can't be the attack. Go ahead. Sorry.
Right, exactly. And so I'm just like, and I see that all the time, like repeatedly over and over. Like even myself, like I said, I have a lot of family in the States, and when I would visit, I'll never forget, I was a kid, and one of my cousins, male cousins, friends, female, uh, was on the phone and she heard me speak. And she's like, "Oh, your cousin sound white. Why is she white? Like, what?" I'm like, no. Like, what does white sound like? You know what I mean? Like, it's like we give too much credit to white people and take away credit from ourselves when we apply ourselves in a certain way and when we are intellectual and articulate and all of this stuff. It's like, no. We are just as capable to do great things. We just have not been applying ourselves to doing it. And so with that being said, as it pertains to Black men, you are capable of more, but you have to choose it. You have to choose it for yourself. Like, no one is going to do it for you. And I'm sick and tired. I've said this before. I feel as if they continue to use the oppression and the racism as an excuse. These things are happening to Black women also, but then we have the added thing that talk about intersectionality of our gender as well. You know what I mean? And a lot of them are doing it as single mothers. I think the last thing that someone was talking about, they're single. I just watched a recent YouTube interview of this woman that she's a Black mom that had to divorce her husband because he was a bum and wasn't doing enough and he was lazy. And my girl, within 2 years, created $1 million business for herself with 4 kids.
I went cooking on my Instagram live last Sunday, and this young lady named Riri came on, and she was going back to school to get her master's. She said this channel was inspiring. She had 2 children, and she was a single mother going back to school, getting her master's. I was like, you better
so what's
do
your
that.
Excuse? Exactly. So what's your excuse
I
right
was
now?
so excited.
And that's amazing. And that's a testament to what you're doing. So, and that's the thing. And this is the thing that I want for us to realize as Black people, because it's like, we cannot, I feel like, and it really disheartens me because I feel like I watch, like I said, multiple different channels, and the Black ones, the white ones, the left, the right, the everything. And what I've noticed is that for far too long, and particularly with Black men, we can acknowledge that we've been victimized, but we should not rest in victimhood. There's a difference, because if you rest in victimhood, then it keeps you complacent. And
The thing is, no one is going to convince me, and I think people are going to be like, oh, stop, it's kind of coddling. It's not it's not cuddling. If you can spend years trying to be a rapper, which is unlikely to happen for most of them, right? If you can put that much time and effort into that craft, right, you can be a doctor and a lawyer. I promise you.
Absolutely.
Going through all of that is probably easier than being a doctor.
Absolutely. The probability, mathematically speaking, you are more likely to become a doctor or a lawyer or an engineer or some other professional profession than you are to actually become a lawyer or a basketball player, for a major league team, or any other like athlete. And I've always said it because I've observed athletes at their best, and I've always said that I'm like, the same type of discipline and focus and energy that it takes in order to become a great athlete. If you apply that in other areas of your life, you would literally be unstoppable. And I do understand how they do not make that connection. It's like, bro, like that, to be able to be one of my favorite sporting events that I love to watch is track and field, and of course, because Jamaica always represents in the track and field, you don't know. So it's one of my favorite things to watch. But then I watched, like, I remember the years that Michael Phelps was competing, and so was Usain Bolt, and like people were like just cheering them on, and I was in awe of them. And then they did like a backstory of like, because you see the finished product, you see them killing it in their respective sport, and then each of them like dab each other up, what have you, because they admire the work that went in. And when you see the sacrifices that these men made in order to be as great as they are, like, I tip my hat to them, and I say, I'm like, this type of level of dedication, all it is dedication. All it is focus. All it is making that choice that you will be great, because anything's possible once you believe in it. You understand what I'm saying? And I feel like Black people need to know that, but especially Black men.
Agreed. I think we have relegated certain positions and employment to being white. And even if we don't want to accept this, I think we have. And we've internalized some things as being Black. So you are going to use your body as a Black man to get money and power. That is, you're going to be an entertainer. And that's not okay, because in my mind, doing what I'm going to use Beyonce. I promise you, my life as an attorney is easier than Beyonce's life as a performer, right? Like, if you put that much effort into anything, you should be able to succeed. The likelihood of you succeeding as a rapper or an artist is just not going to happen, right? You can put it anywhere else.
Yeah.
But appreciate that. Let's see. Please stay on. Let's go to Dean. I think Bleep was on, but I think Bleep left. Bleep said this conversation is not for him. Go ahead, Dean.
Hello, am I coming in clear?
Yep, you're coming in clear.
Yeah, yeah. And if Bleep didn't, if I was gonna leave, if Bleep was on, because he kind of does the most. But
Yep,
um, I think you had a stream titled this "Are We Hard on Black Men?" about a year ago,
yep.
and it wasn't a panel, but I remember like saying, "I don't think we're hard on black men." And I think most people are saying that. What I said in the chat was I don't think we listen to black men sometimes, which is I don't want to get drilled for saying that, but I don't think we do. And you know, using examples from Fresh and Fit or the roommates to somehow piece together this is what black men are saying um, is not 100% accurate. Nothing's going to be 100% accurate, but if if one thing I will say that I'm noticing more and more is that we're not listening to black men. And I think that's why, okay, I think that's why you have spaces coming up that might not be healthy, right? Might have some unhealthy characteristics of it, but that's why you're having these spaces come up because there's no outlets. And the
All right,
out
wait.
okay.
Sorry, not wait, but I don't disagree with you. I think that when it comes to black men, the spaces are formed because they don't believe they're being heard. I actually agree with that sentiment. The problem is, what are they talking about, right? Because it's one thing to say, okay, we're not being heard. So we have this space, but oh, these space just so happen to be toxic, right? So it seems like if these are the conversations that black men want to have, or those black men want to have, no one should hold space for them to have that conversation. Like, I'm not kidding. Like, I don't think those conversations should be like the only reason I would allow a black man to speak in the ways that some of these men speak is to lock them up. Like to have evidence to use against. I mean, that's what the FBI is doing now. But like it feels like there is no tact. There is no concern for the people they're talking about. And while I can accept, I don't think people don't listen to black men. I think we don't listen to each other generally. That's how I open the show. I don't think we know, and it's not just black people, I think people generally. I don't think we know how to be active listeners. One of the videos for my other channel that I never posted is I think we need to learn to be interested as opposed to being interesting. I think so much of our life is about getting people to think that we are interesting people and we do so much and blah, blah, blah. Like I do it on Instagram, right? But we're not interested in anyone else's story. And I wish we were more interested rather than trying to be interesting. That's what's happening. But I don't disagree with you. I don't think black men are listened to, but I don't think anyone is being listened to. But go ahead.
No, I'll give it up to another panelist.
No. I think I cut you off as because I wanted to point out that I don't disagree with that. It's the
it's okay to
problem is
it's okay to disagree. It's a
I don't
conversation, right?
disagree. No, oh, I know it's okay to disagree, and I will disagree when I want. But I'm not saying I agree with you fully that black men aren't being listened to. Maybe that's a good thing because if what they're saying online right now is what they want to say, let's take the mic away because the mic comes with apparently an FBI investigation. like you start talking, we are in a world where we have the First Amendment in the U.S. Right?
But you
You
see,
start
you
talking,
just did it. You just did exactly what I said.
what?
We're using certain examples and painting this brush that okay,
No.
Okay.
You use that example. You
Yeah,
said that's why those spaces come up and they can be toxic.
I said they can have some. They could have
Yeah.
some.
So
Not. I didn't use the word toxic, but
yeah,
not the best of healthy traits. But there
yeah.
are some.
So
There are
I'm
some.
using the
There.
one you provided
Yeah,
as an example of
and
conversation
I'm
around.
going to educate you or just educate the audience on that space.
Wait,
Like
before you educate us, you understand why I'm now dragging the manosphere because you're the one who said,
100%,
all right, go
100%,
ahead.
100%.
Educate us.
So we black men are diverse, right? I think that's what Tina Knowles was trying to whatever.
Well,
And
that's not what I got from her thing, but now I think once we watch, we can talk
I
about it
saw the
better.
documentary, by the way, and
Yeah, yeah, I saw the documentary too, and I was waiting for you, but
yeah,
continue.
it was interesting. I didn't see myself represented in that documentary, but what I'm saying is that it's very diverse. Are you familiar with Dr. Tommy Curry?
Tommy Curry. I don't know why this
He
is
wrote the
familiar.
book The Man Not,
No, I am not. Sorry.
or Dr. Tia Hassan Johnson. That's a YouTube.
Yes.
So they're in the similar type of vein, right? So
Mm-hmm.
that would be a part of that space that I'm talking about. There's some elements within that space that are not the most healthy, but
Oh, they're going to person, but yeah.
oh yeah, but my point is, even it's like even trying to voice those concerns, it's like people don't want to hear black men speak. It's like, oh, you're just coddling, you're just complaining, you're being a victim, and I think everyone has grievances.
Yeah,
So
everyone has like that by default is an issue that I thought men who got caught up in the system would want to talk about. Like, because you wrote my name on a birth certificate doesn't make me the father, right? Particularly if that's not my biological child, right? So, like, those I was waiting. The idea that they are men's right movement, I'm like, okay, I don't like the phrasing, but like, if you think in the custody cases that men don't get a fair shot in gaining custody of their children, statistically you would be correct. Now, statistically you aren't trying to get your children, but you would be correct if that was an argument. There are gripes to be had with the system from men and even from women if you want. Like, the problem is the conversations happening aren't those. Like, it's about.
the
Go ahead.
conversations you're familiar with.
Oh, no. Oh, sorry. The conversation. What are the conversations happening now that you want me to be familiar with, then, Dean?
So there's a book called The Man Not by Dr. Tommy Curry, and it covers a lot of different black male perspectives in terms of the issues that black men face in America. And I'm trying to have this conversation in with your audience, because a lot of times, depending on the phrasing, it might come out as, okay, I'm saying black men are victims, but I'm just acknowledging facts.
Wait, does this book point out that black women are also facing problems in America?
You see, this is what happens.
No. I'm asking a question. I actually want you to say no.
No.
All right,
But
go
but
ahead.
but you see, this is what happens. Me saying I love Black Girl Magic, right? I love Black Girls Code, right? Me saying we should have programs for boys is not saying we shouldn't have programs for girls.
Yeah,
Can
but
we?
we do have programs for boys. I'm not trying to derail. I wanted a yes or no answer to that question, and I
Yes.
was going to let you continue to talk about the issues that black men face because you say you don't want to call them victims. Black men are victims in America. Let's be clear. Like, I've never denied this.
It's become a pejorative in these circles.
I don't care.
You can't
I
disagree.
don't care about these circles.
Well,
Black men are victims. Black women,
absolutely.
Black women are victims.
Absolutely.
The problem I'm having is the double victimization that happens with Black women. Black men and women are both victims to a system of white supremacy. You can fight with someone else on that. That is my stance. So I agree with that. But then Black women are also victims to Black men. And that's the problem.
You see, this is why these conversations can't happen, because it's like, okay, then what about? Are you familiar with that? What happened with Ice Cube? This is like a very popular, because I don't like talking, man. I don't like having conversation with talking points, but this is a talking point, so just bear with me. Ice
Right.
Cube went on Fox Soul to give his, you know, reparations, Black American plan.
Yeah.
And, they were like, well, what are you going to do for Black women? He's like, well, this is a program for the Black community, and Black women are part of the Black community. It's like,
Okay, I mean, I wouldn't disagree with you on that. Like, if they say the Black community and they meant everyone in the Black community, and someone said, "What about Black women?"
Yeah, but that
I would.
question always comes up. Like, just because
Wait.
I'm advocating for something doesn't mean I'm not. I'm dismissing what's happening to Black women. And
Yeah, no. But in the advocacy, sometimes Black women get erased. So, for example, Black Lives Matter. Let me not do Black Lives Matter.
I
If
don't
we
think you want to
take,
use that one.
no. If we take a random thing, let's say defund the police. If that is to protect Black women, Black men, it hurts Black women, right? So there are very specific things. In fact, the article on Black Femicide where the writers point this out was very poignant in this. It is very difficult to speak about the things happening to Black women because it goes against the broader issues, which is protecting the Black community against white supremacy. So, like, a lot of the conversations, if they happen properly, will be complicated because some of the advocacy for Black men runs up against the issues faced by Black women. The number one problem in America for Black women when it comes to life and death and who kills whom is not white supremacy. It's just not, right? Now, you previously wanted to say heart disease and all of that, right? But in terms of people doing killings, it's by Black men. So when people hear anyone say something about Black men or victims, of course the gut reaction is to say, well, I mean, sure they are, but they're victimizers also. And it's not all Black men. But statistically, the one, like, Black men are killing Black men are killing Black women. Like, it's just a statistical reality, right? We can do with that what we want, but that's a statistical reality. So the pushback you're getting ultimately comes from the fact that it's hard for some people to say, oh my God, Black men need help, when it's like, wait, but I mean, Black women need help and protection from a lot of Black men. So that's where it comes. But I'm going to let you continue because I do not disagree that we Black people are victims. We've lost the war and we've been subjugated. It is what it is. Now
Yeah,
we're fighting for our humanity.
and we take it out on each other, and it's
No.
it's
We don't take it out on each other. Black men are killing Black women. It's not a
okay.
we take it out on each other.
I'm not talking about killing,
All right.
right? We're talking about being hard on each other, right? We're not saying,
I don't think Black women are hard on Black men, though. But I think maybe you, to some extent, you could be right. But and in your personal experience, you could be right. But like my personal experience, Black women have not been hard on me. They've actually helped me and pushed me and all of that stuff. But then, as a general matter, I don't think the Black community is against Black men, though. Like the Black community, by and large, supports Black men. Do you not believe that to be true, Dean?
that they support Black men.
That the Black community supports Black men.
It's I agree to that.
All right.
But it's not so black and white. There's like nuance with everything.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
All right, go ahead.
Who is that? Was that Malik? Go ahead.
No, let the brother speak. I'll let the brother speak.
All right.
No, you obviously got something to say. Go ahead.
All right. Well, we do have to have empathy for both our brothers and sisters. And one thing I think is a problem, I'm only 25, so I see this every day. The only the problem I see right now, at least from the black male side of it, is our humanity is always attacked at every instance.
Wait, you say the black man's humanity is always attacked?
Yes, at every instance.
All right, I
And
agree with that.
and one
No, no, no.
thing,
Wait,
hold on,
I agree with you. I agree that black men's humanity is always attacked. By whom?
I think by everyone.
No,
Honestly.
no, 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 no.
Hold on. I want
It's
to say,
not by everyone. It's not by everyone. It's not black women attacking black men's humanity. Well, I guess we can now point to some YouTubers doing that, right? I
yeah,
won't
of
ignore
course.
that. That is true. But
No, it's not the majority of our sisters. I would never say that it is.
all right. Yeah. Go ahead.
But the reason why I say I'm not, I didn't really mean by our sisters. What I'm saying by it's everyone outside our community. And sometimes we might have people inside the community who perpetrate these things
Yeah, like a man
on
putting
both
a
sides.
chain around his neck and having a white woman walk him like
Yeah,
a
that was
dog.
crazy.
Yeah,
That
like
was
that is
crazy.
ridiculous.
That
But
was crazy.
continue.
As a black man, you should have more self-respect for yourself.
Yeah.
You
So
feel me?
yeah, I
That's
saw
just
that
on
I could
TV.
literally I could have thrown up I could have thrown up. Like I saw that and I wanted to throw up.
No, I understand. Because listen, I'm from Minnesota. I see interracial dating. It ain't nothing new because it's not a lot of us up here. A lot of us black people up here. So you see interracial dating. You feel me? And at least in my experience, seeing 9 times out of 10, it's always some nefarious things going on. And I'm not saying from a white man and just a black woman. I'm saying from the white woman and the black man. You feel me? Whereas a lot of these men stay up under a white woman, you feel me, and don't really want to do what they need to do in life.
Yeah.
You feel me? And for me, it's different because I was raised by males. All these brothers talk about they was raised by their mothers, and I didn't have that experience. I was raised by my father. You feel me? And even in that instance, I might have a different reality than the brother that was speaking. You feel me? I'm a gang member.
But
I've
don't
done
say
did
that
a
on
lot of
here.
things in my school. You feel me?
You
I didn't
can't
care,
out yourself. Do not out yourself on here. Don't
but
do
I'm not
that.
scared. But listen, I'm not worried about it. You
All
feel
right.
me? People know who I am. You feel me?
Yeah.
So what I'm gonna be worried about? But all I'm saying is I don't I think sometimes we need to look at our brothers and sisters and look at the circumstances we actually do come from. I might not know where y'all are from, but you feel me? Where I'm from, hey gang, we hurting. You feel
Themis,
me?
Themis,
All of us, gang. You
Themis,
Yeah.
I wanna ask you something really quick.
Go ahead.
I wanted to get your raw opinion on that video that Erica sent.
what video did she send? I didn't see the video.
No, no,
What was it?
this was to Themis, the therapist that was talking about labor, emotional labor.
Yeah.
Oh,
My well, this is not raw because I'm doing a video on it, but I don't.
Oh, I'm sorry. I could wait for the video.
Yeah, but before we even get to the video, I let me just say that I don't. Malik, right?
mm,
I agree with you in that I think we're hurting. I think we are all to some degree hurting. Like, if you're not hurting in the world where um, in a world where you don't have political, social, and economic power, if that doesn't bother you, you're just a whole different beast, and that's just not. I don't care. But I think generally we all have to like have some kind of hurt. What we do with that hurt, I think, is the problem, right? I think we don't look to where the hurt is coming from. Instead, we look around at each other and we blame each other. Dean, I accept I accept fully that your position has to do fundamentally with the fact that you think black, and you might not want to accept this, but black men are subjugated in a way that you think is unfair. I agree with that sentiment. I don't know if you would go as far as to say they're victims because you shied away from saying that, but ultimately, there is a kind of juxtaposition that always tends to happen with black men and black women when it comes to protecting the black man. While you might not want to say we should protect the black man, that's what you're ultimately saying, our black men need protection. The thing is, if we're looking at the hierarchy of need, black men's protection, in my opinion, comes secondary to black women's protection. And the reason that is because one of them is being killed by the other. Now, you can make the argument, and it is a good argument, that, well, black men are also killing black men, and at a rate higher than they're killing black women. But if you separate them into groups where you have black men on one hand and black women on one hand, it's still black men doing the killing, right? So it's very difficult, though not hard, because I'm very empathetic, obviously, as a black man, to your position. But it's hard to really sit and sort of metabolize your position in any meaningful way when you so callously disregard the plight of black women. And you've done that, where we talk about black femicide, and you came up here to tell me that heart disease was the number one killer of black women. You didn't say that, but that's why
Yeah,
you told me to go look
Hold
at.
on, hold on. Excuse me, brother. Let me say something real quick.
Yeah, come in. Yeah, go ahead.
I think we need to bring in too. We got to talk about violence by proxy too in our communities, especially sometimes when sisters commit violence by proxy. Now, I'm not just talking about the police. Most people will just immediately go to the police. No, I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about in everyday life. And plus, I'm from the Midwest, so out here, get down is a little different. Where I'm from, a female will kill you. You hear me? They will
I
kill
mean,
you.
I mean, in
Where I'm
Miami,
from,
wait. I do think a woman would kill you. I mean, in Miami, we saw women killing men. So like we know that women will kill men. But statistically, that's not what happens, right?
no,
Like,
but I do think it matters where you are in the country, because I think sometimes our people live different lives in these different cities in these populated areas. Like how I might view things, just because I'm coming from a Midwest perspective, it's not a lot of us out here, and we're in such small enclaves. I might have a different perspective than a brother and sister from down south, per se,
yeah.
or from the West Coast. You feel me?
Yeah, no,
I
I mean,
just
I feel you. I feel, I agree, and I think perspective change based on locale. Like, who you're around, where you're from, it does matter. I mean, you're right. You're
If
right on that. Go ahead, Truth
if I
Teller.
can chime in, thank you. I wanted to actually pick up on the whole thing of where you're alluding to, to pick up off what Dean was saying in terms of the backstory being sort of like saying, suggesting that black men need protection. I still think it comes back that, or that they are like a victim in this society because of like white supremacy or whatnot, and the fact that we black people collectively lack social, political, and economic power in the Western world, and specifically in the context of the United States. But would that not still come? Because again, we do live within a patriarchal structure that puts men at the helm of said structure, right? And as such, a black man, if I could please finish my thought, as such, the onus is upon the black man, because who's going to protect him? There's no incentive, for example, because again, what Malcolm X said, the master's tools will not destroy the master's house. There is no incentive for the white power structure to create a society that is going to benefit black men to the same degree or even more than it benefits them. This society, particularly again in the context of the United States, was built by and for, in terms of the political system, the benefit of white Anglo-Saxon males. And so,
Truth teller,
and I'm not suggesting that.
You're breaking up. You're
Oh,
breaking
am
up a
I?
little.
Okay, sorry. I'm on my iPhone. That's why normally I'm out on my laptop. I'm at my mom's house for Easter. I'm not sure. What have I said that you've heard, and what have you not heard?
The structure was created for white men.
Yes, and so what I'm saying is that black men, I feel like the answer rests with them in terms of they have to devise a strategy as to how they are going to maneuver within this context. And they do have in the 21st century more agency today than they've ever had before. And what I don't want to see is them continue to lament about it and complain about it and take out their anger and frustrations on black women and each other, as opposed to saying, okay, these are the cards that we are dealt. We understand that we are in a white male dominated patriarchal structure. But as a man, there are certain benefits that you're afforded given the fact that it is a patriarchy. And there's certain moves that you can make with the hands that you're dealt. You know what I mean? Like, all is not lost. And so there's nothing, it's up to the man to design the way that he's going to live his life. And I feel like black men, by and large, the critical mass of them have not come together to say, you know, how they're going to effectively operate within the system. And I don't think necessarily, I think this is a broader conversation we can have, that they necessarily need to go storm the Bastille here and like tear down everything. Because we alluded to that the last time when your friend was on. What are you going to erect in place of it? It's very easy to say, let's tear down the structure, but this structure was not, Rome wasn't built in a day. This structure didn't happen overnight. This is hundreds of years that this thing has been established. So you're not going to undo it in a moment or what have you, or tear it down and have nothing better to put up. You understand what I'm saying? And bloodshed happened in order to create this structure here as well. So what are you willing to commit? Are you willing to be so committed to the task of taking down, because you hear a lot of talk, the revolution will not be televised, and about revolution, but do you understand the cost? Are you ready to bear that cost? There's two choices laying before black
Truth
people as a
teller,
whole
your
and black
mic
men in
is
particular.
very choppy.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry.
Hey, can I speak, please?
Sorry. It's because I'm using my cell phone, so I guess it's chopping. I'm normally on my laptop.
Wait, they're saying they can't understand you in the chat, truth teller.
Oh shoot!
Yeah.
From my end, I can hear myself well. Damn it! I think I'm gonna maybe log off and try jump on a computer here. And my mom's.
All right, I'll clear a space for you if you need to change your device.
Okay, thank you. Yes, I'm gonna change my device. Sorry, because I think what I'm saying needs to be said.
All right, Malik, go ahead, and then we go to impossible, and then
Can I go?
And then a free.
One thing we have to admit is, whenever a black man does strive for the self-determination in the way that he sees fit, people always ask us to stay inside the system for what? We know that it. But hold on.
No, repeat that again.
People ask us to stay inside the system for what? We know that it's not for us. We know that it was never for us. And whenever we do step outside of it and try and do our own thing, we always been criminalized, especially someone in my age group.
What do you say? Step out of the system. What do you mean? Because I was thinking about.
What I mean by that is, she's asking how much She basically asking, how much are you willing to do,
Yeah.
right, to propel yourself out of this situation in this system of governance?
Yeah.
You feel me? But the problem with what she's saying is these are things black men done tried many a time. And every time we do try for it in whatever way, we always been criminalized.
All right. Are you saying
And
try to step out of the system or try to work within the system?
I'm saying step outside of it because working in it ain't gonna solve any of our problems.
But if you step out, you understand why you would be criminalized.
Yeah, but that's something that we have to just accept. You feel me? In the sense of if you fighting for freedom, as the sister said, bloodshed come with it. No offense.
Yeah.
All types of things come with it.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
And struggle comes with it, and that's just what it is.
And you're right, actually. The problem, though, is if you, so you are on, are you, should we as black men be unwilling to work within the system? Because if we are, I'm a sellout then, right? Because I'm working in the system. And we
I
live
wouldn't
in the,
I wouldn't say that you're a sellout. What I would tell you though is that a lot of us sit there and complain, but we contribute to our own problems in a
yeah,
way.
yeah.
You feel me? That we're kind of like in a mouse, like in a little, what do they call it? Where the
A hamster
gerbil keeps
wheel,
running. Yo, you kind
a
of in a
hamster wheel.
hamster
Yeah,
wheel. Because
yeah,
every
yeah,
time you go forward, you always beholden to something else or some other entity. You feel me? Just to
yeah.
make a
So,
living.
so, all right, we are at a level where we are in agreement, right? The next level is what do we do? Because you said if we try to work out of the system, they criminalize us. All right, I agree with that.
Well, we can work inside the system, but the only way we really do that is with real politics for black people and for all people. That's the
Uh,
only way we really do that.
yes. And again, I also completely agree with this. Like, this is like high level now. How, because I do think that when we say we work in the system and we work outside of the system, we're being a bit vague. That's what I was going to say, actually. So now, how do we?
I'll give you an example of how we work outside the system. I'm from the Midwest. I'll give you a couple of examples, right? Everybody want to talk about Chicago gay violence, brothers killing each other in Chicago. And first of all, let me say this: people think it's just black men killing each other in Chicago. No, in Chicago there's Latin gangs, Mexican gangs, white gangs. They're all killing each other.
Yeah,
Let me say that first. But
yeah,
people want to talk about Chicago. One way I could say that some of our brothers from Chicago worked outside the system is some of our leaders like someone like Jeff Ford, a brother like Jeff Ford, a strong brother. You feel me? Where in Chicago at a point in time, you ain't nobody just gonna get shot in the street for if they not involved with that lifestyle. Or they not, you feel me? Or they not doing terrible things. You feel me? And
yeah.
that
I'm gonna,
there
I'm
was a
gonna come
certain
back to
level of
you. I'm going to come back to you because Afri wanted to say something, but before I come back to you, please think about this because I actually want your opinion on it. Um, how can we as black men be better in our interactions in our communities? Think about that, and I'm not saying be as specific as you can be, even though I would like that because it's a hard question. But how can we be better? Um, or do you think we should be better? Think about that and I'll come back to you. You can remind me of the question that I asked because I do actually want your opinion now. Go ahead, Afri, and then Impossible.
Hi, Thanos, can you hear me?
Yep.
Okay, I actually had a question for the black men on the panel. I don't know how many there are, but how, what do you think of the idea behind, I think the term of phrase is if you build, they will come. Like, how strongly do you agree with that
It's
phrase?
it's the truth.
And
And
and what do you think uh, needs to be done? Like, say for example, you can't if let's say that I am a zealous religious person and I want other people to join me in my religious ambition. Is it better to just sit here and talk to people and, you know, preach to people on what is right? Or is it best to just build the foundations for that a religious institution and have, you know, that institution provide all of the necessities for life? Then naturally people will gravitate towards that institution, and then you have a community. So like that's the concept behind if you build it, they will come. A lot of the problems that we have, I believe, if you just build, if you just be builders, a lot of the problems that you have with women will be resolved because women are attracted to. Have you ever been on Instagram and you see like those men with their t-shirts off, and like they're like, I don't know, putting up curtains or something like that, and they get like 1 million views just from that. Like, y'all know what I'm talking about because I'll be on
Yep.
there. Um, yeah. So, well, my question again is just to the black men. I just want the black men to respond. Like, how strongly do you believe in that? Because it seems like y'all, when I come on here, or the sentiment, I don't hear that type of sentiment. I don't hear enough of it.
So
All
I
right,
agree
let's
that.
do this. Impossible, you take it first, and then we go to Prince, and then Malik. Was there another man? No. So let's do that. Go ahead,
Yeah,
Impossible.
yeah, no, I agree with that sentiment. You will, they will come because that kind of just goes to the sort of like a basic function, I think, of human psychology, which is like, sometimes it takes just one person to actually get the ball rolling, to inspire other people to get moving. That's a bit of a abstract and vague way of saying it, but yeah, the proactiveness inspires participation. To put it briefly, yeah.
Petty, if you build it, they will come.
Yeah, I agree with Impossible. I think he said it well.
Malik.
I agree with it to a certain extent. And
Wait,
I'm gonna
what?
tell you why I agree with it to a certain extent.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm gonna tell you why. The reason why I somewhat disagree is because, regardless of it's as simple as this. It's just like the Nation of Islam of the past, or let's say Marcus Garvey's movement. All our people are not gonna join us. Some are gonna have to be left behind.
I
There are
mean,
gonna
true.
be some of us. There's gonna be some of us who are gonna see the progression, and that will go that right way in that right route. But there will be some of us who ain't gonna know any better, who still gonna be deaf, dumb, and blind.
Yeah. Um, Impossible,
So
go
like,
ahead. Oh, go ahead, Effie. That was your question.
okay, so with that being said, those people who are deaf, dumb, and blind, are we referring to black women, or who are we referring to?
No,
Like,
no, I'm talking about all people. There's some black woman in that situation. There's some black men in that situation. You feel me? I'm not just talking about one group of people.
Yeah. Black men sit in the barber shop every weekend. Not one tech company has come out of this discussion. White men plays golf, get a new corporation. Actually, something I can't really talk about this, but yeah, not golf because I hate golf, but yeah, I get your point. And actually, this weekend something actually happened where someone is going to incorporate, and it's because of what was supposed to be like a meaningless lunch. So this is true. The kinds of conversations we're having in the barbershop aren't that productive. So who said that? Let me find you. That I want to say thank you, Black Tinkerbell. Thank you. You definitely onto something. Wait, is Obi here? I think Obi was here. Let's continue. Wait, Afri, I want you to get your question thoroughly answered. I can also answer it if you would like.
Yeah, go ahead.
Um, I fundamentally agree. With if you build it, they will come. The problem is, and so if you build it, they will come. But it's not just the people you want to come that will come. Um, this is going to piss a lot of people off. So let me just continue it here. I think the Black community has been kind of left alone. Obviously, there's racism still happening, right? And I think part of that is because we have been relegated to not doing anything, right? And the reason we are left alone is because we're not doing anything. I think if we started to really build communities, we would have to become extremely militant in the protection of these communities that we're building. Um, I don't like harping on Black Wall Street, and I use the word harping specifically here because people use it as an excuse when they weren't there benefiting um, our building. But my worry is that racism, in the way that it has been sort of underground, will come to the surface when Black people start actually being productive. I don't know how much of this is something that people have thought about. Um, and maybe it is preventing people from achieving because they're afraid that they will. I don't think people think about it in this way, so I don't think it's stopping anyone, right? Um, but I do fear that we are not ready to fight to protect that which we are building. And so it's going to get taken away again. The problem with this is it only applies in America. So, what is the excuse for Jamaica? What is the excuse for all the other countries where like Black people are actually the majority and have power, right? What is the excuse there? And so I if you build it, they will come. I think is something that I live by, and I believe it so fundamentally. But I'm also aware that it's not just the they that you want that will come. It will people who do not want to see you succeed who will come. So if you're going to build, and this is why, are we too hard on Black men? Here's some answer that might be antithetical to what people believe. Maybe not, right? Like maybe Black men are like, look, I don't want to build anything because I don't want to defend it. Like it is one thing to build, right? It is one thing. It is one thing to build and put that energy into building, but now you're going to have to protect that which you have built. Can you both build and protect? The answer should be yes. The answer should be yes. I fear that the answer is not yes. I fear that like I am willing to die for what I've done. I'm willing to die for everything that I've built.
Does anybody else like agree with Themis? The men, do they agree like that men are fearful of having to defend what is theirs, or particularly Black?
One thing we got to bring up, I think, is very
before
important.
you go, Malik. Before you go ahead. Impossible, and then Malik.
Yeah, I was gonna say that I think that's theoretically possible. Obviously, I tried to be careful whenever speaking in generalizations. I think part of the thing when it comes to why perhaps maybe people may be hesitant, reluctant to be more proactive in building, is because they lack a sense of cohesiveness with the community. And I think, like, say for instance, when we look back in history in retrospect with like places like Wall Street, Black Wall Street, or the civil rights era, really, and you see how much many Black people rallied together in that time. It's because there was a more obvious outside pressure, that being the more obvious form of systemic racism. I still believe systemic racism is our main problem, or at least a very big problem today for the Black community. But in the time pre-civil rights era, it was just so much more overt, and that kind of overt oppression or overt enemy can drive a group of people to cohere with each other much more readily. And I think um, the issue today is that a lot of people perhaps don't have that sort of sense of there being some sort of need to cohere to people. And in fact, I think a lot of times there's certain things that drive a sense of division. Much like many things I see in the Black manosphere, they drive a sense of division between Black men and women, because they cause so many Black men to feel like Black women are the enemy. Um, and because of that, why would they ever feel inspired to try and build anything? Because it's like, well, they're gonna feel like Black women are the enemy. They don't have my back. And then I also see a lot of obviously I see a lot of Black women who say they don't feel protected by Black men. I tried to make the point to many of my brothers that protection doesn't always mean like jumping in to rescue like a superhero and fending off a bunch of attackers. Sometimes it just means, taking their issues seriously and listening to them, so that they feel that you have their back. So of course, there's many Black women who don't feel like Black men have their back. So it's a sense of division. I think, and I think part of the issue is people. This is maybe a conspiracy theory, but I think there's people that try to capitalize upon division in the Black community. They try to take advantage of people's emotional pain or frustrations, and so I think that also goes into why many uh, Black people, or perhaps even being specific about Black men, don't have an ardor to build, is because there's no sense in their mind, in their emotions, perhaps they have less of a sense, I should say, of there being a home team to build for, if you will.
Yeah.
And yeah, so
Damon, can I
I
say
read
something when the guys are done?
yeah, I read a paper. Yes, concerned. I was trying to figure out. I read a paper. I don't know what year, and it was really, really a tough paper to read. And it began with talking about the law of conquest, and saying that if we think about Black people in the Western world, we should think about it as we. No, this is bad. I promise you, this is not what you guys want to hear. That we lost. Like whatever the battle was, we lost. Even the call for reparation, they're like, just admit that you've lost the battle there. But if you think about it as a war, you're not done yet. It's just the battlefield, the strategy has shifted. Now you need to adopt and win. Um, so it might not be as bloody as in the past, in getting dragged over here, but now you have an opportunity to like fight back in asymmetric warfare, right? Power, politics, and all that stuff, right? Can we do that? Is one of the questions that like I think about, because I don't think we even know what battle we are fighting. When people are online confessing to crimes, I just don't think we are. No, like I'm talking about the manosphere and all that, right? And so like, and now the FBI is investigating. Like, I don't think we are ready in mass, right, to fight a new battle if the battle is about intellectual capacity, right? Like, if we've changed from physical prowess to intellectual capacity in an information era, I am not sure we are willing to, we can win that war, right? I don't think we can win that battle. So we are already behind. The next problem is, and the paper just goes on to say, okay, so we have lost the battle. If we consider it a war, we can still come out winners at the end, but we cannot be begging for things. Now, obviously, this is not, this is coming from someone who does not like to be a victim at all. So we can now regroup and go back to fighting. And it's not a fighting, from my reading, it's not a fighting where it's like physical or violent or hatred. It's how do we win economically, politically, socially? How do we capture the image of Blackness and make it something that is aspirational as opposed to whatever it is now? Because it's not great right now. How do we do that? And
You
the
make it
article, I need to
precious.
find this again because we need to read it together.
Yes.
Ended, it ended with a very sort of hopeful approach to Blackness internationally, where it says Black people can come together and they can do this and they can do that. And as I was reading, this was social justice themis. As I was reading, I was sitting there and I thought, I don't believe this. I don't believe the paper. And the reason why I don't believe it is because I don't see it happening. And there was a part where Black Wall Street came up and it said, for a group of people who have had a 300-year head start in comparison to Black people, for them to allow Black people to succeed would be a slap in their own face. And I thought about that and I was like, whoa, this is interesting. Because again, it goes back to how do you protect that which you build in the face of jealousy and animosity? And I think we do need to take that protection element, that protection bit, to its logical extreme. If we can protect the women in our families, the children in our family, if we can't even protect ourselves, we probably should stop building anything. Right? Like I think if we can protect what we have, we should not accumulate things. Because if you accumulate things that you cannot protect, someone is going to come take it from you, i.e., all the resources in Africa being taken by literally every other Western
China.
society.
Yeah.
Let me say this too. I think epigenetics
Can
has
I
a
speak
huge
after concern, please?
Wait. Malik, I said you could go and then we can go to concern and then truth teller. Go ahead, Malik.
I think epigenetics is a huge issue in our community in which we need to talk about. Post-traumatic slave syndrome. That's what I think a lot of this is stemming from.
I
Is
agree.
that we've seen so many times that we done tried something, and then the powers that be might have cut us off at the head. You feel me? We tried so many. I think these are psychological things that all Black people sometimes play in our head. That's why we might not be as militant as we are today. I mean,
So,
as we used to be back in the day. My fault.
yeah,
And
so
one thing
I
I
mean,
think,
wait,
hold on,
but
hold
if
on.
we no. If we are afraid to build because of what is gonna happen, then we're doomed, right? So I didn't say that for us to use it as an excuse. I'm saying this as a okay, we need to figure out how to protect. Like like I
Yeah,
want us
we can
to
work
build,
on it.
huh?
We could work on it. Obviously, we can work on these things. These aren't things that we can't work on. You feel me? Post traumatic slave syndrome. That's not things we can't work on. We can work on things like that. And one thing I think we need to put in here too that we're living in a Western world, yes, but we also need to understand that in this Western world, we're living in a very individualistic version of a Western world.
Mm.
And I think that we play it out, Black people in our everyday lives the same way everyone else does.
I
But
mean,
we just might not recognize
I,
it.
I actually need to step back because the women are actually correct on this. Not the women. I just saw two people say that. I mean, true. We can start by raising our children. I feel like
That
that's
part.
I feel like that's the bare minimum. Like if
Yes,
we
that
can
part.
if we can start raising our children, there's no way we need to be talking about any building of anything, any protecting of anything. Like if we can't do the bare minimum, girl, it's true.
But that kind of goes with what Tiffany was saying earlier. It doesn't necessarily, just because the both parents are in the household doesn't mean that it's going to register with the kids the same.
Yeah. I mean, but if we don't start there,
I
It's
think we need
over.
to have a conversation, like much like what's happening right now, but on a larger scale, and making sure that both sides have an understanding that there's accountability on both ends and not just constantly pointing the finger at each other.
Yeah, Obi, you can come on.
Mm-hmm.
Who did I say next?
Me.
Did I
Concerned and
Concerned and
then
then Truth Teller?
Actually, we're gonna
I
chance to answer
haven't.
the question.
Hi, can I go after Truth Teller? It's Belle.
Yeah, Belle, and then Malik, I asked you a question, and I'm going to come back to you about that. Go ahead, Concerned.
Okay. So I had this conversation with my friend, and I'd be really curious to hear what you guys think. So we were chatting as we do, and we thought of a scenario about building, whether or not you wanted to build your family first, or you wanted to build a community so you could build better families. I might have brought this up before. Most of the women felt like you need to build your family first. The men felt that you need to build a community first so that you have a better nesting pod or whatever to build, to make better choices. Now, I think that it could be a little bit of chicken and egg, but men, if you want to build a community first, you need to not have children until the community is built. So I'd like to pose that question and then finish with another thought. But curious how you guys feel about that.
Yeah, I'm having kids. I'm not gonna lie.
Okay, I think some black men are actually taking heed to what you talking about, sis. In the sense of, I can speak from my surroundings. You feel me? I'm 25. It's not a lot of my brothers that have children. It's probably only 2, 3 of them.
How
Out of
many
the rest of
brothers do
my
you have?
kids. You feel me? And I don't have any children because I understand you got to build self up first.
Period.
You feel me?
Here
And
Period.
for
I
it.
look at it like this. I read, you feel me? I read these articles. I see what America's coming to. I'm looking at it like I need at least 250,000 before I even think about a child.
That might be
Period.
a stretch, but you know what? I love big goals. Go for it. The
I'm
thing
about
is,
money. You feel me? So
I do, certainly.
I'm
And
not
I
gonna lie.
think
I
that
kind
when
of
we
agree.
think about the what it kind of summed up to, because I didn't leave it there. A lot of times when men think about building their community, they're not thinking about doing that with other men. They want women to help, particularly within the Black community. When you build with the Black women, you're not going to want to pick from those women. Nah, you don't want to build with the women who have to become browbeaten and tired in the struggle to come up there. That woman is much less attractive because she knows what it took to get here. That enchantment that she might have in you, and that naivety that you're looking for in a woman that you feel as though is going to have that admiration, a lot of times that is lost on a woman who saw what it took. You asked her to help. She brought you, there's this Bible story about when Nehemiah rebuilt the wall and he took everybody within the community to build that back up. If I take pride in that wall too, then I'm not going to walk around here giving away my power. And so when we think about whatever chicken and egg, whatever it's supposed to take, we have to be willing to break down patriarchy if you want Black women to help you. Because I'm not about to build something and then turn around and have you go with turn around and not get my family, because I'm building a community for my family, because I'm in it for me. I'm not about to turn around and do that and then not be able to feel safe and have what I want out of this deal, which we all know is implied. And I'm also not going to have you talk to me no kind of way when we get there. And so, if Black men would like to have this kind of feminine woman, as we've talked about many times over again, you have to be willing to make space for that. And that will take you doing this with Black men, almost exclusively. Like,
Yeah, well,
if you want community.
no. I'm gonna step in right now and say, anyone out, like, this is annoying to me because like anyone out here talking about they want this and they want that, if they define femininity the way that the femininity the way that the manosphere does, they don't get to talk. They don't, because they don't understand this community, and they definitely don't understand their role in creating that kind of femininity. Like, a woman don't get you don't get a CEO to come home and submit to you, particularly when you have nothing to offer financially, emotionally. Like, no, these. I'm glad they're being investigated by the FBI, actually.
I
Because
really want to go after truth teller.
Wait,
it's not.
are they for real being investigated? I don't be on
Yes,
Oh
social
yeah.
ma'am.
media.
Oh, they are definitely.
Yes,
They
they are.
definitely are. Two of
Eh,
them got locked up. One of them is. I don't want to talk about any of this, but one of them is like, "I'm going to cooperate." It's like, okay, period.
Wait, we're
Um.
talking about the manosphere, right?
Oh yeah, men in
Yeah.
the manosphere for content that they've produced, they're adding
My
to a
God, it's
culture.
about time. What the hell?
No, they're
But you
adding.
know what? I'm
Wait. Oh
disappointed
my.
that Black women
Wait.
didn't help.
Wait.
No, Black women did help. Sorry, go ahead, Themis.
the the not the just investigated for like their personal action, but also whether or not they're terrorists. Whether they're creating a culture.
If I may, Miss,
Before
I
you do it, I'm concerned that there now there are men. I'm sorry, this is kind of funny in that like there are men now disassociating themselves from the manosphere. And it's like, sir, it's not that you're like the manosphere is not something that you signed on to, and when you sign off, you're no longer with it. It's your content, the one that they have reviewing to see if it is hate speech, the one that they have seeing if you're telling people to go and kill someone else. These, like, your content and what you have been saying about Black women and who need to be strong up, and whether or not people who are engaging in terroristic behavior can be linked to the manosphere, and whether or not you're radicalizing men. Look, the fact that these men are actually confused about why they're being investigated is literally weird to me. I made a video telling them all of this, and I took it down, particularly with the passport bros. I took it down because I didn't want to warn anyone about anything that was coming. So the ghetto. I don't know who was talking, but go ahead.
I
I was
I
just
wanted to. Oh, go ahead.
I just wanted to finish I wrote down a bunch of notes. Um, I guess the last piece is that I wanted to call out what we were talking about before about whether or not people want to listen to Black men. Like, most Black women spend most of their time listening to Black men, trying to listen to Black men. We've been trying to hear about their potential. That's why we were listening. Most of the things that we say that Black men are, when we talk about stuff, we talk about the Black man's vantage point first. Like, we listen to Black men. It is a lie. It is just a lie. How much time do you spend listening to Black women? I'm asking that. Like, what are you subscribed to in terms of Black women's channels? What do you read from Black women? Do you know of any Black women content creators that you would actually say that you would give credibility to? I'm asking for me. Like, you can't come to the same poor is me, woe is me. You don't get listened to when literally it's a lie, and you don't listen to even the women in your life. You cut them off, probably just like you do the women here. You probably roll your eyes just like you do the women here. That's what I have on that.
I I don't agree. I don't actually agree on this. I don't. I we can disagree on this because I actually don't have stats for it. But in my experience, we don't listen to each other. I don't think we do. I really fundamentally do not think we. I've I have seen conversation where men are talking to women who just completely disregard them. Anecdotes, because I don't have the data. I also have seen where men literally just tune women out, right? And I think men generally have that superpower, I guess, to just shut off their brain and you just keep talking. And women do the same. So I don't think we listen to each other generally. However, I will agree that Black women seek out Black men's opinion online. Is that listening to them, or is that being subject to their abuse verbally? I'm talking about Kevin Samuels and the Manosphere. Because, like, why are you listening to these men? They are not the men you should listen to. I feel like you go there for abuse sometimes. Like, it doesn't make sense. They are abusive. These men in the manosphere are abusive. Don't listen to me. Listen to the FBI. They're watching them now. They are literally saying their hate speech. Like, at this point, the fact that the manosphere has men still backing them makes no sense because they're all going to jail. Um, but they're abusive. I do think women seek out differing opinions. And I know this because Hafiz actually pointed it out. He said he does video and he titled them the way that he does because women will be nosy and come look. Where if he talks about men, men won't look, right? So he can gear everything towards women because women will look. Women seek out men to tell them about themselves. I don't think this is a great thing. Women should seek out other women to talk about women. But for some reason, Black women seek out Black men, Kevin Samuels, to tell them about how to be a woman. I don't know. But I disagree on listening generally. I do. I do fundamentally. I don't think we even know how to listen.
Can I also add something to that?
Wait, before you go, Concern, you can push back and then we go to Obi. I don't know if there's anything to push back. I just think a differing perspective. I don't think we know how to even listen to each other. LS everywhere. April really is the coolest month. Janelle, go ahead, Obi.
Oh, I was just saying that in terms of we should have a conversation about this on another day. Like, I think it's a great topic for a live. Like,
hi, Themis, can you hear me?
Yeah. Wait, before you go, you said Concern. You said a different time.
No, I think that we should center this conversation and actually fully explore it. I don't think that it's fair to what we want to explore today to go through it. Like, I'll take your point. I know it comes in good faith, but I do think that in whenever you can slate it, I think we should make space for it.
Juice said, "I listen if it's worth my time." Period. Go ahead, Obi. And I think you're right. Concern. I will probably do some more reading on this, but I think as a general matter, we don't know how to listen, and I think hearing someone's words is how we generally listen. That's not listening. Hearing someone talk, then repeating to them what they say until they agree that that's what they meant and what they said is how you listen. Ain't nobody got time for that. Just as a general matter. Go ahead, Obi.
Wait.
Hi, Themis. For having me here. I've been listening the whole time, and it's been very refreshing to hear like both sides of the story here, from the women, super intelligent, hearing from the men too. Like, people are just giving some very constructive opinions here. But what I want to add here is this. I think one thing I've noticed from our culture here back to Africa, because I'm Nigerian by originally, I'm American now, but just what is missing is a core strong value system that we lack as a culture as a whole. That when I talk to people about having strong morals, a strong character as a man, protecting what you own, building personal power, people push back on me like I'm talking crazy, like I'm being too preachy. Like, I don't. If you build character, everything else will follow. Like, I talk about, like, let's build family first. Find a woman who will support you, who is on your level, who will help you build a family, protect your woman and your children. That is your own little kingdom. If a million Black men do it in this country, we will have a million strong Black family. If I marry a woman and keep my woman safe and my children safe, and and build a healthy family, we stay strong. And people are just gonna push back. Even when I tell people, don't get people pregnant that you're not intending to marry, that you're not children that you're not intended to take care of. Like people push back on me. I was like, a simple thing is just holding back personal power. But you're the person that's gonna complain about child support. You're the person that's gonna complain about all the things. So what you every black man in this country knows all the crazy things that can happen when you have a baby outside of wedlock and have crazy children everywhere. We already know that. So why are we still seeking out women and having unprotected sex with them?
Yeah.
That is personal power, first of all. Personal power, controlling what is yours, not letting anybody take things away from you.
Yeah.
Not a random woman power to now be able to victimize you. Because when I listen to these people, I try to listen with empathy. I listen to a lot of manosphere people, from the extremely toxic to the people that are talking sense. And I try to understand the pain of my fellow men. And I was like, we can start with personal power by controlling ourselves first, by not allowing crazy things to happen to us as men. If we can protect our seed and protect our women and protect our children, that is where we start. Then we can start building families and we can start building communities.
Yeah. Thank you for having me. I sort of empathize with some of the intelligent men who defend the manosphere, even though it's known for its toxicity. It's like Malcolm X versus the Nation of Islam for them. Gotcha. Thank you, Afri. Wait, Obi, I actually agree with you. Wait, why is there I can't even read my comments. So if the courts, LB, if the courts figure out what a hate crime is and charge manosphere creep, yay. But also, wow, because they swear they don't know what a hate crime is. So when a white person has, I don't know, does something bad on the basis of race against a black person or another person, of course the court doesn't know then. But when they're going to find out what a hate crime is as soon as a black man does it. And everyone swears up and down that the system is after the black man. Agreed. Why are you making it so easy? I don't understand why you're like, here you go, arrest me, here's all the evidence you need. Why make it so easy? I don't understand.
Yes, what Yan said.
Anyway, this person is arrested. He's manosphere. I don't care what they say. He's manosphere, and he has videos teaching how to beat women. So when these women come out now, when these women come out and say you did this, there are men involved in it too. When they come out and say you did this, your defense is going to be, I didn't do it. They're going to have you on video talking about you did it and teaching other people to do it. It's the problem with Tasha K. It is the same problem with Tasha K. It's you say it on camera. There is no evidence that you said it. Now, even if you didn't do it, the jury is going to be more likely to believe that you did it than that you didn't, because you have the camera. You have the right. And I know beyond a reasonable doubt feels like a hard thing to meet, and it is. It's supposed to be hard. But the jury is just going to sit there and decide who they believe. And who they're gonna believe is not the person who said they would do it, have done it, and they're teaching you how to do it on camera. When you get women saying, "Oh, he beat me," or "Oh, he did this," I'm just so confused. This man walked on camera, a separate man, saying, "I'm like R. Kelly." He's like, "Wait, you do realize R. Kelly going to prison, right?" When you start talking like that, you do realize what you're doing. And it's like these men are like, "Oh, Themis hate us," and Themis like, well, I do hate degeneracy. So if you act in that way, then period. You can think I hate you. That's fine. Yes. But all the people who are like talking all this mess online, do they not understand how it can affect them legally? Like, not even people getting mad, just legally. Manosphere versus Divestor, or whatever they're called. Why do you say whatever they're called? I don't feel like finishing this comment. Because, why would you say whatever they're called? You know what they're called. You just said it. them that is mentally draining and counterproductive. I think the manosphere should have been a really good space for men to go and actually have productive conversation. Um, only men can get pinned for with hate speech. If if
The
women were
problem
going,
with the manosphere,
wait, if women were going out there shooting up places, then they would get they would also be. I don't understand your position, Dean. Like, I feel like you guys want to make it equivalent. Like, you want to say men and women are equivalent in what they're doing, but it's like one of them is actually causing harm, like like people are actually dying. And the other one, to be fair, let me just rephrase and say this. Whether or not the manosphere will be considered a terrorist organization, whether or not they're going to be a terrorist organization, is going to be dependent on whether or not they have created an environment where men have become emboldened to act in a way that is terroristic, right? So, like, true, but the fact that you're being investigated for terrorism, the fact that, like, homeland, like, the government wants to add you as a terrorist organization, that doesn't concern y'all. Like, that would concern. I would be very much concerned
they
for my
don't
safety.
they don't understand and they don't really know.
They don't
You
care.
feel me?
They don't
But they don't really know because these aren't real. Like the brothers you are talking about, let's keep it honest. These are lame niggas. Let's keep it real.
Someone asked,
Let's
why am
keep
I laughing?
talking about lame niggas.
Wait. Someone like, when I get uncomfortable, I am the person who will laugh at a funeral. Just FYI.
Oh, no.
No. When I get uncomfortable, I laugh. But also, this is ridiculous.
Yeah,
I
that part.
don't have sympathy for people who act in idiotic ways. As soon as I learned about the manosphere, I said this. As soon as I heard Kevin Samuel speak about women and abuse, I said this. So it was very clear to me what was coming down the pipeline. Like, anyone with any sense knew what was coming. And then you add black men to it. And if you think you are oppressed in America, I don't know why you would then go and do something like this. But period, money was being made, people were getting fame, so you could go off, sis. Now go off to prison. So that's that on that.
Themis, is it truth teller and then me?
Yeah, go ahead, truth teller.
Next. Wow. So much was said. But I wanted to circle back, because before I was like cutting out. I do feel like what we're discussing, there's so many like themes that are being pulled out of it in the course of this discussion. And I feel each of them deserve their own sort of live stream to really like dive in and dissect, you know, in order to like get all the nuances out. But you had made, I agreed with what Obi said about starting first with personal power. And that has been the thing that I've been echoing and saying for the longest time. Because the thing is that the system, as I was saying before, is entrenched. And it's deep and wide and it's vast. Okay. And as I said before too, you're not going to, we do not have the wherewithal as it stands right now. We're too disjointed. We're too stratified. It ain't going to happen. We must begin where we have power and control and agency, and that is with ourselves, first and foremost. You understand? We must begin with ourselves. Like, and it's so funny, like earlier today, like the Michael Jackson song came on, Man in the Mirror. Like, I'm looking at the man in the mirror. I'm asking him to change his ways. Like, that's how you change the world. You begin with yourself and your own families, and families build communities, build nations, build societies, right? Like, that's where it starts. It's the nucleus. It's the beginning of it all. You understand what I'm saying? And it's by design. for those that believe in God and what have you. And so, and I really believe it, like on a spiritual, cellular level, there are certain things about who we are as men and women, as much as people try to deconstruct it, as much as people try to dismiss it, as much as people try to run away from it, as much as people try to recreate it, I feel it in my bones, in the core of my bones. We are who we are because we are designed for a purpose to play our roles, and each role is equally significant. They're just different. And the problem is that we've deviated away from that. And now we're seeing a destruction and the fruit of the foolishness that is materializing all around the world in all communities. But it's more, disproportionate negative effect in the Black community. And it's for many, many reasons. But the point is that we need to take a good look at ourselves, and particularly a lot of like dismissing and like scapegoating and it's, you know, the power structure and this and that. It's like, okay, but where we are in the 21st century is different from the 1960s and the 1920s and what have you. You have more agency, and you cannot dismiss that. We have more agency today than we've ever had before. And then, you know, you asked the question about Black Wall Street, and if it's that, you know, Black men are afraid to rebuild because of in the context, particularly of America, because of what the white man might do. And this, I feel like, needs to have another live stream, because I've been contemplating that, you know, because you have seen time and again, and it's been well documented, that whenever Black people in America have strived and have pushed forward to build something, then they find other ways through laws and legislations to destroy it. But I feel like with the advent of like the internet and the democratizing force that it has, like people are able to freely express. I don't feel like they will be able to as easily, if someone were to recreate a Black Wall Street, to destroy it as quickly and as easily with the propaganda as they have before. Now, listen, I've been around a lot of white people and I studied politics as well. Black people need to have a strategy. It's all about strategy. Media, and I'm so pissed off the owner of BET sold it to Viacom. You need to control the narrative. Words are power. Okay? Even looking at what like is going on in the Ukraine and the way they're positioning that, and the fact that there's like a war going on in Yemen and we're not hearing about what's going on in Yemen. Why? Because they're tied up with the American government, because the American government is supporting, I forgot what's the name
Saudi
of the
Arabia system.
Saudi Arabia. Yeah, that's
Arabia.
Saudi Arabia. And like, you know what I mean? But it's all about like a certain narrative that's being painted. And so Black people need to be aware of that. And he also asked the question about what's the excuse for Jamaica or what's the excuse for Africa. And the thing is that they have been entrenched in debt as a result of the IMF and the world. But like, y'all, like, it is possible, but we are going to have to be determined, and we're going to have to come up with like a strategy to where we see our own value, we see our own capability, and we are committed. It's going to take commitment and consistency to turn the course of events. It is absolutely possible, because I'm someone that wants to live with hope. And so
wait. Yeah. So every time something like this happens, beautiful conversation, amazing going on, we're doing what needs to be done. Here comes Dean. But anytime there is an attempt to have Black men in a positive light, Black women are there to tear it down. Let's be honest. Really, Dean, isn't it a Black woman that was trying to paint the Black man in a positive light, but not in the positive light? We don't care about that. My issue, and what should be your issue, is ultimately, is this a true representation? Like, and I don't mean that to say we cannot have representation and then build up to the representation, just generally. When it comes to the issue, we cannot have this great representation while people are being killed. I am not for that, right? Like you don't get to create a representation or an identity that is so inconsistent with the reality to the extent that people are being killed. No, I'm not for that. If you want to change your image, then change your image substantively, right? Take
Yes.
ownership of your image publicly in the media, all of that. Take control, but also change your image privately. This is the problem. So
Mhm.
everything Truth Teller is talking about now is true, and we were like really into it. Then I see this comment. Like, why are you always whining? People are
Yeah, this
choosing.
is what I'm saying. And I feel like this is what's derailing us. It's like, stop being a little, pardon my French, and God forgive me on this
No,
Easter
don't do it.
Sunday.
Don't leave
Stop
it. Don't
being,
do it. Don't do it.
okay, okay, I won't. I will. Okay. We need to stop it. I used to spend a lot of time like relenting and like, oh my gosh, because I studied the political culture of race and racism. And I saw how this behemoth of this insidious, wicked thing that is racism, that was constructed for the sole purpose of justifying something that's truly unjustifiable, which is a slave trade. And it brought me to tears, actually, in my political science class, as I'm learning these things, as I'm looking at the way in which these people constructed this world that we're living in, as I realized growing up as a kid, a poor kid in Jamaica, and like seeing the lack of opportunities that are there and wondering, just feeling in my spirit, but not having the words to articulate, why is it that I'm seeing things that I'm seeing with the deprivation and the poverty and the violence and everything else, and then studying it and understanding how it's all connected. You understand what I'm saying? It is disheartening, and it can cripple you. And I was crippled by it for a long time. But then I decided that no, you have one of two choices, people. You really only have one of two choices. Is either you can look around and look at the fact that like where our positions are in the society and allow it to cripple you, to stop you, or you can allow it to fuel you. And I've
Yeah.
now chosen that it will fuel me. Because listen, and this comes from me, my faith is what has restored my hope, which is that God created me, and no man nor woman under this earth is going to take me out until he's good and ready. You understand? No black man, no white man, no black woman, no white woman, no nobody. I don't care who you are. And so until that time where the good Lord says it's time for me to go, I'm going to do what I need to do for me and mine to make sure that I leave this earth a better place than what I found it.
Yeah.
And
Wait, go ahead. No, go
yeah,
ahead.
and so this is what I'm saying. And so I'm sick and tired. Like I said, I watch and I listen to like different people, different perspectives, and I'm hearing for, okay, we have identified the problem, but I've yet to hear solutions. That's what I'm listening for. I'm listening for, what can we do right now today, given where we find ourselves? I want us to have more conversations along those lines. That's
Yeah.
the conversation that I'm interested in having. What can we do, like brick by brick, to change the course of our future? You understand what I'm saying? And I think
Yeah.
you're right. We're talking past each other, and we need to be talking to each other and listening to each other. And to that end, because I understand what the grievances on the Black woman's side, and which are plenty, and I feel like and they're statistically supported, namely the overrepresentation of single motherhood at 70%, and the all the other ills that goes along with that. But what I would like to ask is, what is it? Because these Black men are saying that they feel like they're not being heard. What is it that you would like for Black women to hear from you?
I'm like, that
Can
can
I,
vary. That
You're
can
like,
vary.
can I please?
Did I say something?
yeah.
Wait, before you do, I just want to point out the hypocrisy with Dean, because he came on and I definitely sat and asked him whether or not he think Black men are being uplifted in the Black community, and he agrees that Black women by and large uplift Black men, right? He agreed to that in the beginning. So for him to then just drop in the chat that every time a Black man image and blah blah blah, that Black women are there to drag it down, right? So like it's the ways in which you engage in conversation that annoys people. Like, because something fits your narrative does not make it true in the moment. So before you put something in the chat, please think about it. Um, Again, I would not care if this was like a random person. I probably shouldn't. I probably should stop. I probably should start ignoring Dean. I really should. But I have hope, and that's why I keep looking at him and what he said. All right, who was it next?
Themis, it's
Can
my
I?
turn, Themis.
Okay.
It's
All
Bell.
right, Bell, go ahead, and then Malik, and then Obi, and then we're gonna start wrapping up.
Okay, I would
Thank
like
you,
to
Bell.
go.
Thank you, sorry. Thank you, Themis. Um,
Oh,
Themis,
before sorry, after Bell, then Nania, go ahead, Bell, because Nania, I think it's Nania, but go ahead, Bell.
okay, what it is, that whole that whole sort of issue of femininity, the only way I engage in it with black men or men, period, is that femininity, what we think of as femininity now is a post-colonial social construct. There were female warriors in almost every single culture around the world. They've just found the tombs of European warriors who were honored by their communities, the Dahomey army of Benin, Queen Zinga in Angola. These people were strategists and led successful armies and rebellions in all parts of the world. And if we don't look at the world around us now and realize there is a war, there's climate change, there's economic uncertainty, there is the encroachment of Russia, there's China's influence in Black economies in the Caribbean and in Africa, there is war. And if men don't realize that the partners they need are women who know how to be partners to them and who also know how to be warriors, to put out your two backs together and face the world as two warriors, then they are stupid. And to be quite honest, I don't have time to engage in dialogue with them, because
But
it's going to be
sister, all
in
of
the black, sorry, I'm speaking, in the
Wait,
black
yeah.
community, in the black community, it's going to be those people who are going to elevate us and drag everyone else along with us. That's just how it's going to have to be. And people were talking about a chicken and egg scenario. In capitalist societies, in socialist societies, pre-colonial, etc., you could say it's chicken and egg, whether it's community or family. In capitalism, the unit, the atom of the capitalist society is the nuclear family. And this is why it's so important that men fulfill their role within that sort of microcosm of the greater society. It's because if you disperse your seed willy-nilly, so will your financial resources be spread on the ocean. You cannot
Period.
consolidate when you have two people working together, putting their money together and focusing it on one set of children. You have, which I think should be a biological imperative for everyone. What you get is that your children are elevated above your level. And this is what we need to focus on. If step by step, generation by generation, we build our own individual families that way, the community becomes, it becomes naturally a community of successful people. And also, it's about locus of control. What can you control? You can control the family that you are part of, that you are creating. That same locus of control, for example, it can help build the community too. For example, at the place where I work, one of the cleaners is a Black woman with a son who has a learning disability or a learning condition, however it's termed, right? Um, the school was looking at his behaviors that are sort of autism spectrum behaviors and trying to sort of discipline him and basically expel him, which basically is a pipeline into sort of prison in the UK. For me, having had some legal training and working in those sorts of fields, I would compile letters for her that would challenge the school. And basically, once they realized somebody was helping her to do this, the school sort of fell in line and stopped trying to victimize her son. All of us come across instances like this in our lives where there's somebody we can help to elevate them when they're struggling with their family, Black people. We can do this for each other. It does, because you're focusing on your family doesn't mean you can't be helping the community also. And Themis, like you, I grew up in the Caribbean. And so I've noticed that a lot of Black Americans tend to not like movies about slavery. Back in the Caribbean, back in St. Lucia growing up, we loved a slavery movie. Why? Because we didn't buy into that narrative that whoever it was you said, um, you spoke about, who said we failed. We saw it as you shackled us, you kidnapped us, you put us on ship, you put us in slave holds on the coast of Ghana. You made us walk sometimes. When I did my DNA, some of it is from Cameroon. You made us walk from the interior of Africa to the coast. You put us in these slave holding warehouses. You put us on ships, packed like sardines, defecating, peeing, having menstruating, knocking out our front teeth because we were trying to refuse food. People jumped overboard to escape slavery. We got to the West. We survived 400 years of slavery. In the US, you guys had Jim Crow, you had segregation, and you don't think that you are victorious? Who else have they tried to crush like cockroaches and we've survived? They tried, these people, everything they did should have killed us, right? Native communities in the Caribbean islands were decimated by this. We have survived and we need to see our power to be victorious just in our mere survival. We cannot let it, we cannot think that we failed. We've not failed. And I refuse to think that. And we're talking about people, we have to defend things when we build them. Until we catch up these people, they don't see us as, with these people, they don't see us as a threat. So let us quietly build to just actually catch up. Part of the way, halfway, they won't even look at us as an economic threat until we start building, some sort of show that we're somewhere coming up behind them. We're not there yet. Look at our median incomes, in the different Blacks compared to everybody else. We just cannot be defeatist about this, and we just have to say, those of us who know, we know what we have to do. We will individually take responsibility for ourselves, for our families, for our health, for our finances, for everything, and we will pull and drag everybody else along with us. I'm sorry, but that's the way I see it. And yeah, I don't have time for the defeatist people. Sorry.
I appreciate that. Of note is when you say people had to leave, be dragged or walked from the interior, specifically talking about Africa. I think we're not going to get into it now, but interesting read on how people got from the interior to the coast. I think that if you guys want to complicate your understanding of history, go do some reading on how people got from the interior to the coast. It literally shattered my entire world when I discovered what was actually happening. Won't talk about it here because the last time I did, I got a bunch of academics emailing me, cursing me out. So I'm not going to talk about it here, but
can you provide the links to where you can find that information?
There are some books. I don't have the links on me, but essentially what you're looking for is how did people, Africans who were in the center of the continent or away from the coast, got to the coast to be transported. To be transported. Okay. Oh, it's the reason I got there is because someone, this guy, a Nigerian guy, and I had a bit of a argument. Not really. I didn't think it was that bad. And he said, well, you should even be lucky I talked to you or something like that because we sold you. Oh, yeah. And I was like, what do you mean? And I didn't care. But then I went and I did some work and I was like, the fact that you would say that is actually ridiculous to me. But then I started reading and I was like, oh, okay. So this was an actual trade going on. There was some trading going. do some reading on that. It's actually like it disrupted my whole world because in my mind there was a whole conquering of Africa. I was a child, so I didn't actually do it. There was a whole conquering of Africa, and the people who Africa, the continent, right? The people who did it took slaves with them, um, not Africans who were
Selling.
yeah. And I never thought about it. Like I've actually never thought about the process until like he said it to me and then I was like, oh. So I understand why ADOs are pissed. But like I don't know why they're pissed at Jamaicans because we got sold too. But like that's
Yes.
I mean, like, yeah, yeah. I think you're talking about the
We
book
did.
Daughters of the Trade and Jamaican Leaders. Nope, I'm not talking about Daughter of the Trade. But yeah, anyway, um, before we do the wrap up, Nanya is gonna go, and then well, let me explain. Then the Nanya. I am going to attempt to do a principles of punishment live stream on Tuesday or maybe Friday, depending on how you guys do. I will post the reading. I will post what I'm going to be discussed. You guys don't have to read it, but you will have like all the information that I'm going to present, so you guys can do your own research. It is going to be probably be very dense, so I don't foresee a ton of people there. But we're going to do with the manosphere going through what it's going through. I actually want to talk about punishment. Why do we have punishment? The principles behind punishment, all of that sort of on a like a high academic level, like actually rigorous work, I think. We're going to attempt to do that. I will have a backup video just in case it's going downhill quickly, so we can just change gears. But um, the video should be about punishment. So by the end of tomorrow on the community tab, you should have all the resources that you need, and then we'll get ready. I probably should make it a Friday live stream, but I'm going to attempt to do it Tuesday. Let's see how quickly I can put together all my stuff. All right, Nadia, go ahead and correct me on how to pronounce your name.
You are correct. It's Nanya.
Good.
So I originally jumped on the panel to answer the original question, but also to give kind of insight of I've been a long time listener, and this is the first time I've been on this panel, so I'm a little bit nervous, but I will start. To give context, I'm looking at this from a media perspective because I work in media. And the way I look at things is that we have become more of a self-centered society in general, whether in part by social media, that could be argued. But one of the first things that I was told when I entered the media landscape as a creative director was something made for everyone is actually made for no one. And so we have to make sure that when you're creating a space that you're not balancing, that you're not unbalancing by trying to appease everyone in the discourse or the conversation. Third, I have been kind of going around in different, I guess, like just listening to both the manosphere and even the divestment community. And this week alone, I'm from New York, has been very interesting, being that I was literally in the same area as the shooter, and I've been kind of a little bit nervous in general. And so for me, the way I look at it is I'm of two minds, mainly to answer the question of do we coddle Black men? The question for me is how I had to look at everything that I was taking in from even other YouTubers. And the idea of, even if we're not coddling Black men, or if Black women haven't been supporting Black men, then the question becomes, why is it that when we associate pro-Black, we associate that with being pro-Black men and not pro-Black community? And so I'm still battling with that question for myself personally, but where I stand is I'm falling more so now on pro-Black women as I'm trying to create solutions in my immediate circles. And that tends to be me looking out for other women as they have come to me, noticing that I'm in the position that I'm in. Lastly, I would say, when we're also thinking about how we're talking about how we're talking about just the conversations that we're having with each other, we have to be mindful of how we're thinking of what is the default. And what I mean by that is, when we're thinking about women, we're usually, whenever I hear a conversation about what women do, it's not typically women that look like me, that look like truth teller, that look like several of the women that I know that are like, I guess, fully identified or monoracial, as I think some of the circles are calling it. They're Take Cam Newton, I think that's his name. When he was talking, I saw a lot of like women getting up in arms, but then I saw the women that he had impregnated, and I was like, well, he's not talking about his issues with women. He's talking about specific women who are now defaulted as like the issue causers, as that represent all women. And similarly, when we're talking about oh my gosh, I forgot that thought. I'll just leave it alone. But when it comes down to listening in general, I think it becomes harder when women are saying something and then men are hearing something else, and women or men are saying something and women are hearing something else. But what I primarily mean by that is I've been listening to you for a long time, Famous, and one of the last panels that I've watched was someone saying that women were making disparaging comments, but they couldn't quite articulate what that disparaging comment was or even define it properly. And it turned out that the example was like just them equating what a woman said or just like an observation as it being like disparaging, when it was just more so an observation or something that was literally just of minor critique. Whereas when we start talking about like conversations of like why women are masculine, and then it's like, okay, this is your observation of me, I don't have control of that, what do you suggest that I do? And you say, well, I don't know, that's on you. It's a little bit like, okay, how are we having this conversation then if I don't know how I'm presenting to you and you can't explain to me how to tone that down? And so those are the 3 points that those are the several points I wanted to make. And then looking at it from a media standpoint is we've had 30 years of like representation in media, well over that, but we're going to talk about like we're talking about from the 90s, you can argue the 80s, of like the golden era of representation. We could even talk about Zeus as a media platform. There have been several times where men have been in control of what is being put out in terms of imagery, and now we have to have the conversations of Martin. We have to have the conversations of Fresh Prince. We have to have the conversations of why were there so many pieces of content that were out there for so long, but it just reinforced stereotypes and it didn't actually help us now that we're looking back on it. It was great for its time, but was it really? So my question is like, when we do have spaces and we do have the opportunities of changing the imagery, and I do have to say this, it is mainly things that are owned and represented by Black men. Why is it that like we're told that you're not listening to us when the first thing we see is like, okay, it's Zeus, we have to support it, and then we start supporting it, and you're like, what is this? Why am I? This is what are we doing here? You know.
So I got scammed. I'm using scammed very loosely. They didn't scam me, by Zeus, because I was watching The Breakfast Club and I saw the CEO, and he was this well put together Black man talking about creating his own platform, power, blah blah blah. Didn't know what Zeus was, right? I downloaded. Why I signed up for Zeus? There's nothing good on like I was watching Tokyo Tina, I don't know her name, Tony something. I was watching Black China, some China woman, mother, the lady that's Black China's mother had a show on there. And I promise you, this is the only thing that I've ever seen on Zeus. And I watched the first 10 minutes of her show, like the first the ghetto, the absolute ghetto. I cannot. I don't know what Zeus is. Like, I don't know who
Literally.
decided that this was the route they were gonna take.
Literally.
But if you don't know what Zeus is, don't look it
Yeah,
up.
don't
Leave
even
it
do it to
alone.
yourself.
It's not. It's not. No. I was trying to support a black business, and then I was like, no, 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 not this one. Absolutely not this one.
Yeah.
So go ahead.
But
Sorry.
yeah, I had one more well, actually like 2 points really quickly. So there's post-traumatic slave syndrome, and then there's something that's kind of been put forth as a theory that particularly pertains to immigrants, more specifically like Asian Americans, but I actually think it applies here, which is the theory of racial melancholia. And I actually think that there's a large portion of the community that has kind of went through the phase of post-traumatic slave syndrome and has officially entered racial melancholia, which is the willingness kind of to give up one's identity essentially to fit into society. And so the first thing, like, you go through the process of post-traumatic slave syndrome, which is breaking you down essentially, and then wanting you to fit in. And I think that's more prevalent, just as I've seen, and I'm sorry to say this again, this is not all men, but the manosphere, and just how we see men in media typically like, well, I want white women, or I want an exotic woman, etc. And it's kind of like, well, what is happening in your brain that you're associating that with better, especially once you've gotten money, and especially once you've made money by the support of the Black community.
Yep, that part.
You know, and
Yeah.
so I'm where my point of contention is if we do build something, even if it's within our individual spaces, and then we come together, how much of that will then get given away to another community just for the sake of trying to fit in? Because I'm having like my where I'm struggling is kind of, I'm being told that I'm average at best in all of the things that I'm trying to do and fight for and make sure that like I get other Black people in the creative spaces, which is very hard, and get them represented, then gets turned on me and saying that we're not doing enough and we're not listening. But I'm trying to, like, I know women who have literally fought, cried in bathroom stalls, had almost fired, was made to fire someone else, and who also, while simultaneously dealing with the violence of the community, and still fought for Black men to be in positions, and then have them be told that they're not wanted, they're not loved, they're not good enough. And so now my point of contention is like, what is the conversation? Are we like, what is the solution? Where are we going with this? I'm of the mind of like, I want to help more Black women personally, and I think men need to figure out how to help. Like, I don't know, like, I've been in conversations with men, and they've never been able to tell me what it is that they need from me, like what it is they actually need. So
I mean,
that's just me.
you can't ask that because they don't know. I mean, no, I mean, it is like for the well, let me not get into that because I can't talk about that without talking about Florida, and I'm not talking about Florida.
I
All
know
right,
that's right.
So
go ahead. All right, we're gonna wrap up now, so Obi can go, and then everyone get their final sort of thought. I can't believe it's 1:37. So, yeah, go ahead, Obi.
yeah, I keep hearing things about like, like the media represents Black men negatively. That has been a constant complaint that I've heard all the time. And the manosphere is always talking about like Black women has had decades of talking about Black men negatively. And I will counter by saying we give them the material. We give them the material to do that. But the thing is, like, but every time we get the chance to have a microphone in front of us or to have a platform, as Black men, we don't do anything about our own image. And I tell people, like, the white media does not owe us a positive representation. Like, take away nobody's gonna help us. And I don't even see why we're inviting Black women help us. This is Black men for Black men. Black men need to turn around and face each other and ask each other, how are we going to uplift ourselves by ourselves. And women can come along if they want to, and we can bring along the women that we want to come along with us. And like there's a website that is being investigated by the FBI right now. The social media YouTube version that the the Black Manosphere built is called Free Speech Adventures. I visited it for 2 seconds. It is worse than anything a white supremacist will create. It is filled with the vilest things done to Black women on there. It's called Free Speech Adventures. You can't see it anymore because they have shut it down. And I'm like, this is the
Yeah,
platform
they're
that
under investigation.
oh yeah, this is the platform that Black men have built for Black men, and this is what they put out on it. And when people come to the YouTube and everywhere else to listen to Black men, the content that they hear from us does not paint us in a good light. So I'm like, so why are we relying on anybody else to make us look positive? Nobody's gonna help us. It is us by ourselves to help us. So like we are the only people we have. And that's why I choose to lend my support and amplify positive Black spaces like yours and like every other place that I know that has a positive Black male voice, and I can help lend a voice to it and amplify it, because like it is this is we are the only we are all we have, and like this is Black men for Black men, and like I don't know why we're gonna expect anybody else to help us. The white people are not going to help us. They're not supposed to. They don't owe us that. This is our fight. This is our fight. And thank you for having me here.
I appreciate that. Thank you, Obi. You're always welcome. The chat loves you, and I appreciate you. I appreciate when someone said Obi is the masculine alpha.
I don't do those kind of.
I know. We had this conversation before. Someone was like, Obi the masculine alpha. I was like, all right, this is not a dating website. Thank you so much, Obi. I appreciate you.
You're welcome.
Let's go ahead and go back to let's see. Malik, I asked you a question about that I wanted you to marinate on. Have you marinated on it?
How we could do better for the community as Black men, or is that
Yep.
what you're talking about?
Mm-hmm.
Well, first of all, I think there's certain things we need to state. Secondly, first thing we need to state, the generation right after the civil rights movement, going kind of concurrently with the civil rights movement, kind of let a lot of younger Black men down in the sense of teaching them how to be men. You feel me? And I kind of come from a different situation because I grew up with my father. I still had strong, positive, sisters in my life. You feel me? My grandmother was a part of the nation. Others, you feel me? My females in my family ain't for none. Let's just put it like that.
Can I ask you a personal question then? You don't have to answer.
Yeah.
With all the positive models that you have, do you think the choice to be a part of what you said you were part of, do you think that it was a good choice?
I didn't. You got to understand, I'm going to put you in the mindset, the mind frame I was at that point in time in my life. Because I've been a Pyru member since I was 13 years old. You feel me?
Yeah.
And at that time, when I was coming up, I mean, I had a stepfather, but at the same time, I was mainly doing, you feel me, what I had to do and what I felt I needed to do. You feel me? And plus I'm from Minnesota, so it's family ties with it too. Also, you feel me? So that's kind of how that happened. But even with that, I feel like my experience might be different because with that, we have camaraderie. You feel me? When my brothers, those my brothers. You feel me? I even have, we have sisters. You feel me? Who they really that, but we love them to death. You feel me? And if anybody touch them, you already know.
Yeah. I'm sorry that at such a young age you had to do what you had to do, and I do feel you. I don't know what that is like, so I can't speak for you or whatever. But I appreciate you
I
for
think
sharing.
I'm a voice that needs to be. I need brothers like me need to speak because these brothers in the manosphere that you are seeing, these these are brothers that's always been lame. You feel me? They
Yeah,
not. They didn't really. They not. They always want to talk about them being alpha males or whatever that goofy shit is about. But it's like, gang, you ain't never even been put in that situation to even test that.
yeah.
You feel me? And even with that, it's not even just about physical, it's mental and everything that comes with it. You
Yes,
feel me?
I think a lot of us, I've realized something, and I actually am very happy that I'm realizing this. Um, a lot of us don't get to speak our truth. Um, and I think that not enough people get to listen and hear our stories. And so I appreciate you for being open to like tell us your story. But I also think it's something that you should definitely protect. Not everyone should get to hear your story. Um, Especially when you're still living a part of your story that you're trying to like improve, right? So I do think that I applaud you, one, for being here, but two, I just hope I want you to hold closer to your chest the stories that you tell. I'll attempt to remove a part of this video, so we might not have the chat. I will attempt to remove something from this video, but I hope that you are improving and that you can see if there's anything you think is wrong with your life, you can fix it. And you're obviously always welcome back here on the channel, to talk and be a part of our panel. So thank you. And you were very helpful in a lot of ways on the panel. So thank you so much. You have any last words?
I will say this. I understand where you're coming from, but at times we need to have honest, hard dialogue. You feel me?
Are you saying
And
I
I
should
don't
remove? Should I not remove your part?
no, don't remove it because we need to have hard, honest dialogue. And I'm gonna tell you why. I'm not just who I am just because I mean, obviously, it was decisions I made as a young child, but at the same time, it was certain factors based on, as we all talk about, systemic racism. You feel me? My father, his family came from the Dominican Republic. He grew up in Mississippi. You feel me? He was shot out to Chicago and he did what he did. My mother, you feel me? My
Yeah.
mother, you feel me? She was molested as a child, you feel me? Was a drug addict almost my whole life. So I didn't necessarily have that family unit certain people are talking about. You feel me?
Yeah.
So I had to go do what I had to do. But
I
in that,
apologize,
but
Malik.
in that,
I hope you understand what I'm about to do, but if you don't know that it is in your best interest that I'm doing it, um, Malik was on and I don't know what he was smoking, but whatever he said could be predicated on what he was smoking. I don't know. So to use anything that he said against him from this video wouldn't make sense, particularly because he wasn't. I don't know if I can say from my perspective that he was in his right mind.
I
Um,
always am. I've been smoking weed since I was 13 years old. This is what I'm
Malik,
trying to
sweetie,
say. I'm saying what
Malik,
I'm saying on purpose. What
Malik,
I'm,
Malik. It's
yeah,
okay. We understand. We're hearing you. Just trust him, okay? Trust
yeah,
him.
but listen. Y'all
Malik.
worried about other things that I'm
I'm
not
not worried
necessarily
about
worried
you.
about.
I am not. That was not to disparage you. That was not
No,
to
I
disparage.
don't feel that way.
Yeah. That. All right.
Not at all. I'm just saying that these is conversations that we need to have and real brothers like me because you talking about the ministry. These cats ain't never really been through no trials and tribulations. That's what makes men. You feel me? They ain't
Yeah.
really never been through that. What I'm saying, the only reason why I'm putting forth is to show people that sometimes we need to speak on what's real. You feel me? I ain't never tried to hide from who I am. For what?
All right. I stand by the words I said previously. You're always welcome to come back. I appreciate you. All right. Have a good night, Malik. Thank you.
Welcome. Have a good night, y'all.
All right. Let's go to Impossible. Now, if there's people saying I should mute and remove, if I did that, it doesn't work. What I just whatever I'm very annoyed. Anyway, go ahead, Impossible.
Forward.
Yeah. So the thing is, because I don't think I've actually got a chance to answer the original prompt of this live stream, which is, are we being too hard on black men? I think kind of it's a yes and no. I suppose I'm harking back to what Dean was saying, and to which I think you also agreed with Themis, that a lot of black men at least feel, if not definitely are, not listened to. But I also agree with your broader point that this lack of listening is kind of generalized. This is not something that's uniquely being done to black men. But since we're specifically talking about black men, I think that it is true, and I think that oftentimes happens just as a precipitation of a generalized polarization that's been happening in American society, where people oftentimes become subject to a mass formation of sorts, and are galvanized against whoever they see as their social or political rivals, in that they associate them with the most extreme version of the opposition, if you will. And a lot of times I have to agree that I do see that in a lot of social circles. Like, I don't think this is something that's done as a general practice here on this channel. I think this channel fosters a lot of fair dialogue, because I don't feel like calling black men to a higher standard of self-actualization is being too hard on them. That's actually something that's done in, at least I feel that's something that you do, and that's someone who loves you or someone who cares for you would do. They would call you out on your bullshit. They would call you to the higher potential of what you can be and what you should be. However, acknowledging that, I do a lot of times see in social circles, like maybe we could say comment sections, forums, whatever, if we're talking about the internet. And also I see this in person too. And I'm speaking, I guess, from my limited experience as a youth counselor, which is that a lot of times I see that it is a little bit more socially acceptable to castigate black boys and men as some sort of pariah once they have a contrary opinion about something. And a lot of times it's like, I agree that sometimes the opinions or the views that some guys have are bad takes, but the thing is, when people automatically assume a sort of very vile intention behind their opinions or takes, and this is something that's been getting said throughout the entire panel, is that I think we need to present more empathy to each other en masse, because the thing that I usually think of, like, usually I go to generalizations, hasty generalizations, I should say, because the thing is, I know that it fosters health to be able to give people the generosity, I guess you could say, or the luxury of being treated as an individual. And because and the reason I usually make a point to acknowledge that is because I know that as soon as people get generalized themselves, then they take issue with generalizations. But a lot of times people then turn and also generalize other people, and it starts to destroy communication. It starts to render in people the feeling that these other people out here are against me, or I'm on my own, or whatever. And then that makes it easier for people to capitalize or to poach or prey upon their frustration, and then fold them into very radical trains of thought. When, say, for instance, certain corners of the manosphere, certain radical corners of the manosphere, Um, but yeah, so I mentioned this a while ago on another stream, which was that I saw a post on Instagram that said if black men don't feel love, if a black man says he doesn't feel love him more. If a black woman says she doesn't feel protected, protect her more. And I reposted that saying that yeah, um, less ego, more empathy, or more compassion rather. That's what I said. Less ego, more compassion. And I think a lot of times in this sort of politically polarized environment that we find modern day society in, it becomes easier to lose sight of that, to try and understand people rather than just talk at them or whatever. I definitely don't broadcast this allegation, if you will, to all of black women. Certainly not. Um, but I do sometimes feel like it's a practice that I don't know. I won't say it's justified, but sometimes it feels like it's normalized, at least in a lot of spaces, very easily. So I don't know. That was my take on the original prompt.
No, yeah, appreciate that. Thank you. Let's go to concerned. Let me say this before I forget. I one of the things about having black men on, like, people can go over to other channels and do what they want and like make their own channels and incriminate themselves and all of that. What I don't want to happen, and I mean, I hid my subscription count, so hopefully it won't happen for a while, but I don't want this channel to be a source of content for people who want to say, look, see the black man over there being quote unquote degenerate, right? And I fear that that sort of stuff is going to start happening soon. Anyway, go ahead, concerned.
So agreed, and I also want to say to Malik, thank you for sharing. I think that you definitely I think a few lives back, I mentioned that we need to hear from the variety of different black male experiences out there, and you came here so vulnerably and honestly in sharing. I will say that as a person who's very discerning, and I don't trust very many people, I do trust Themis's judgment. And so, however you might feel right now, I can just say that if you just take a step back and I think that you can just put a little bit of trust into Themis's judgment and intent. With that being said, I think that that's also what a quote unquote reasonable black man sounds like. Guys, it doesn't sound like the lead attorneys sometimes. And I think that we need to be open to the reality of the variety of people that are going to be with us and how much, we don't know anything about anything we have not lived.
But was someone saying something about how he spoke?
There were many people who were speaking about how he spoke. We talk about a lot about Jamaica and we have a lot of Jamaican representation, but we only have the Jamaican educated representation. There are a lot of people in Jamaica who you would not be able to understand. And so with that being said, I really appreciate tonight. I really appreciate the space, Themis. I really hope we can circle back on hearing each other. I don't know how we would want to frame the conversation and whether or not we hear each other, but I think in reality, there needs to be I think we need to be serious about how foundationally broken we are. And it could be to the fact that we have to repair just hearing each other, being able to not project onto each other any avatars and just take the words for what they are. So God's work as always, and good night, everyone.
Good night. Thank you, concerned. I didn't realize people were making fun. So I can't control how people react, but for me, I don't really care how someone sounds. It's what they're saying that matters. So like, I don't really care how someone, like, I really don't. I mean, I had an accent my whole life, so like, I'm not gonna. No one's accent is gonna bother me. Welcome, Belle. All right, Belle, go ahead. Belle, going once, going twice. All right, Belle fell asleep. um, Nanya.
Sure. I think that we need to, before we expand out and try to build outwards, we need to build within ourselves, be incredibly introspective, and listening to understand, not to respond. Just because you didn't hear something doesn't mean it wasn't said. Just take a moment and digest what's really happening within the dialogue.
Yeah. Thank you. That was short and sweet. But no, I hope the y'all feel me was funny to me. Like whenever I feel like I'm gonna say period, like I laugh because that's also funny to me. I don't know why I started saying period, but I definitely said it in a
I
business
like it.
meeting.
It's
I
your
said
little
it in a
girl.
business meeting and I laughed at myself. So those like weird idiosyncratic things I
Yes.
don't care about. Like
Yes.
I laugh at myself. Um
Yeah.
not love theme with membership dance. Go ahead, Petty. I feel like Petty. Go ahead, Petty.
Good evening.
Good evening. I feel like you're gonna say some foolishness now.
Oh, no, no, no. First off, shout out to Malik. I was not sure exactly what his disagreement with you was, probably because I'm slow, but
Mm.
finally some good black male representation. That's like my biggest complaint. I don't see a lot of articulate men come up here. Like you were saying at the beginning of this live, sometimes you don't know if the people who need to be here are here, and I think those people were here today. So my main thing was I came up around the time Dean came up, and my main point was discussing what he said when he came up and said, no one listens to black men, which is something that shared a lot here by Dean, actually. So I guess my smoke is with Dean. When regarding that point, when black women come up, like you've talked about before, well, I don't think black women are listened to either, first of all, but when they come up, they're cordial, they are intelligent, they speak properly, they voice their disagreements. It seems very like articulate. When black men come up, not anybody here, of course, you feel me, but black men come up and it's like you have personally attacked them. It's not just a disagreement. It's like they feel insulted, like they're loud, they are wrong, they don't care to read the facts, they're loud. A black man came up once and said, I don't believe in statistics. I don't know if you remember that, but he was
Oh,
like,
I talked about this earlier. Yeah, I
yeah,
remember
I
this.
have a connection with all black people and I only believe my own brain and no data. So that I mean when they come up, it's difficult to, like I said, I'm a man who coddles black men. That's what I believe in. So it's difficult for me to defend and protect these men if this is how they're gonna come up here and do that. And more recently, I've seen them coming up to address their own trauma. Um, I just the conversation with black women and black men is different when they come up here, is what I'm trying to say. And what Dean said about nobody listens to black men when we're trying to make our community, black women always come in and blah blah blah. I don't know. I wasn't feeling that. And
Yeah.
the conversations he was talking about when he was like, what about when black men have those conversations amongst ourselves? Usually those conversations are degrading to black women. And yes, some of those conversations that black men need to have are being had, but usually it's always at the expense of black women. At least in my experience, uh, I think programs for women, because you were talking about men's, right? I think programs for women might also fix men's issues, if that makes sense. I think a lot of like the feminist ideas and the feminist movements would also benefit men. So I don't see there to be a need for men's right. I saw a problem with you said something like, let's talk about femicide while Dean was speaking. And he said, see, this is the problem. Y'all always want to talk about the women, but what about us black men? Nobody's listening to us. Like I see there's a difference in severity. Again, I've said this before. When you bring up femicide and he's like, okay, but nobody's taking us seriously. Like one side is talking about killing and you were talking about these black women talk down to me, and I can't see that as an equal problem.
Yeah.
So that
I
seems like a
actually I actually want to get to the root of Dean's problem, because Dean, and I spend too much time worrying about this in real life, because Dean strikes me as someone who does have is intellectually capable of understanding what is happening, but truth is not to. And so, like, I don't know what it is. And every time he comes up, he'll defer to someone else, or he'll say, "Oh, you're right," or something like that. But like, then he'll go back in the chat and do the same thing over. And it might just be a different topic, that's why it's happening. But like, there is a very massive disconnect that happens between myself and Dean. And I don't know why, because I don't know. Like, I don't think he's a dumb guy. So like, he has the capacity to understand it. Um London Themis needs sleep. Yeah. Anyway, Dean and I will have a long form conversation. I guess. I don't know. Anyway, thank you, Patty. I actually am with you fully, except about the cuddling part. But like, yeah, you were. I like your brand of
that's
trolling. Someone else said it in the
that's the most important part. I need you to be a coddler for black men, and I can't
period.
compromise on that.
And what about it? Period. Have a good night. Soft and wet. You've been waiting.
Hello?
Go ahead. Hey.
Oh, okay. So, yeah, I mean, thinking about what was said earlier, like, I mean, I've been dipping in and out because I sent that super chat explaining what I was doing. I was obviously like writing a paper. Um,
You better let
so
us know you're in school doing what needs to be done.
I'm just trying to pass, man.
Nope. All right. See, we're gonna end the convo there. Ain't no just trying to pass. You need to excel. There is no I'm just trying to pass.
Yes. Shoot for the stars.
This is why I can't have children. That's right here. Because they would hate me. All right, go ahead.
You sound like my dad.
Period. Go ahead.
But yeah. So I think what the dude Malik said with the fact that men are forged through tribulations and trials, that is true. Because if you look through history, like men that are generally stand-up guys, they had to go through some sort of trial, no matter how big or small it was, in order to gain that willpower, that discipline.
I feel like when you say no matter how big or small it was, that just made it not just men, but everyone. Because everyone goes through tribulation.
Well, yeah, but I was talking about men.
Yeah, but it feels like you're saying, all right, go ahead. Because I'm disrupting you, because when you say men go through tribulation to become men, it's like,
I said they are to. They should. They should. That was my point. They should.
yeah, but human, like, I feel like everyone, because I was literally going to say, I guess I'm not a man because I haven't been through tribulations. But then I was like, well, big or small, I guess I have been through law school. So, like, but then wouldn't that be for everyone? Anyway, it's unimportant. Go ahead.
Well, what I was gonna say is I think those tribulations are important in the development of one's character. And I remember I saw earlier your post about dang, I don't remember what it was. It was something about emasculation or whatever. But that post about like emasculation is the least of our issues.
Yeah,
You like standing firm in your beliefs, steadfast in your beliefs, 10 toes down, is a it's a more so an adult trait nowadays, but it's historically been a masculine trait. So
So you said,
what my disagreement was that we need those trials and tribulations, but in order for that to occur, we need a sort of system set in place for that to happen. But that's what I'm saying more or less is that is something to come in time, but the men like who are on the front line trying to make that change need more support from other men so that they can create that system for such thing to happen.
all right, what was your paper on today?
It was on environmental politics.
Oh, that's interesting.
I feel like you're. It's too late for this. Thank you so much. I have a lot of qualms with your thesis right now, but like I don't feel like it's important to get into because I don't think it should make a difference. And I think what you're saying about man and becoming a man, you're not saying it's exclusively for men, which then means it doesn't create men. So like I'll talk to you on another live stream about this because I actually want to get into your head a little bit. So like please.
Yeah, I did not have a lot of time to think about that, but I promise you if I had more time it would have been more polished.
Yeah.
All right. Well, you're going to have a lot more time, and then we come back on either Tuesday or a Friday, and you bring it back.
All right.
Thank you. I'm with Demus. I like Malik. Keep extending grace. Oh, unless you're trolling RD. We're always starting our community. All right. Thank you guys so much for being here. I'm going to do an after show. Apparently, our guest of honor, Bleep, is here. So I'm going to talk to Bleep in the after show. So have a wonderful night and see you in the after show. All right, Bleep.
Well, I don't know. I missed all the fun parts.
No, you are the fun part. How are you?
Oh, same shit as always. I don't know. You woman out here complaining all day.
How are you protecting Black women? How have you been protecting Black women since the last time we spoke?
Oh, let's see. I don't know. Shot someone yesterday. That felt good.
You did what?
Shot someone.
You talked to someone?
Shot.
Taught.
You taught
When you
someone
teach
yesterday?
them.
Shot them with a gun.
What?
All right, yeah, well, that's not gonna happen tonight. That was not good. I thought we were gonna have a great conversation, but like we're not doing that. I don't want the FBI at my doorstep.
Right?
Look, let me just put this out there. It is full cooperation from me. Like, let me. What did Pharrell said? Pharrell is literally me. I am not a tough guy. I don't engage in illegal behavior because of the moral wrongness of it all. True, I think it's morally wrong to do bad things. But I'm also not a tough guy. I don't consider myself someone who is going to be out there living the life in the streets, whatever. I don't do that. So I don't have these street codes that y'all might or might not have. I don't know what a street code is. I don't want to learn a street code. If you confess crimes to me and the police come to me and ask about your crimes, I am going to tell them about your crimes. I will write it down. I will be on the stands and I will be a witness against you. I promise you I am not the one to come up here and confess crimes to. Please leave me out of these criminal behaviors. Now, you're saying, oh, he's probably joking. That kind of joke does not fly with me, particularly when the FBI is actually looking at all these chat. Girl, no. So let me just say, FBI, whoever is listening, I know you are, full cooperation. I have nothing more to add than what you just saw here because I don't know this man, but full cooperations, full cooperation, like for all of it. I have a I have a hard drive of every single manosphere person that I've ever recorded or discussed, and I download their videos here. Not sure what you're going to find in here because I did organize them alphabetically. It is very useful if you need it. It's all on here. Now, again, might not be useful to you, but if you want it, you don't need a subpoena, you don't need a search warrant, you can ask and I will willingly give it to you. Like there is no need for any kind of process. I will give it to you freely. Absolutely not. The reason I'm going to do this is how dare you come up here talking about you shot a black woman? We're not doing this. That was not funny. You are not funny. You're anyway. I'm going to end on this note. Go ahead,
Yeah.
to Stellar.
Wow.
What do you
I
have?
was thinking that he was saying he taught someone. I was like, oh, well, what did you teach them? Like, I was not. Oh my gosh.
Like
That's
my
not
brain is not even wired to like
no.
hear a black man say like I
No.
like it literally the last thing that came to my mind.
Ditto. I was like, what taught? I'm like, you must have been saying taught, like, but not. Wow, it was not funny, sir. Not funny at all. Especially given the statistics that you have presented it, like it's a serious matter. Oh my gosh, it's like disorienting.
It
Me
is
right
like,
now.
why do you think that was funny? Well, he did say he was in and out, but so he didn't actually hear the conversation. But like,
Okay.
people keep asking, why do you laugh about jail or whatever when it comes to these manosphere people or whatever? This is why. When you so blatantly come on here and do foolishness like that, you deserve to be punished. Like you
Yep.
literally deserve to be punished. True or not?
Yep.
Someone like, why didn't you just let him talk? What if he's telling the truth? I want no parts of this. I want no parts of that. I anyway. I, again, you do not have to subpoena my records. You do not have to. You can just ask. You don't even have to ask politely. Just send me an address and I'll send it. Well, you don't have to send me the address because I know where the address is. Tell me you need it and I'll mail it to you. I promise you I'll mail it to you. I will show up and I will explain who everyone is. Like, I'm not doing this with y'all. Like, I'm not doing it.
No.
This is not the family where the uncle is doing all these random things and no one is telling and he's just there abusing the children. No, that's not going to happen over here.
Never
If
that.
I know what you're doing, I'm going to tell. Like
Okay.
it's just that simple.
Good. Good. Let it be known. So please nobody else come up with that foolishness. Lord.
Yeah,
Just
the
throw up the
answer
whole
that
book.
man made us all witness. Yeah, like now, can you imagine? He didn't actually imagine. We find out that he has a baby mother that died from a gunshot, and in reality, what if it's not him? Like it literally just happened while he was on. It's not him. Can you imagine what a field day that the court would have with him? You would be going down for something that you did not do because you wanted to come on here and make a fool of yourself. Like people don't think like you. If the fact that you just announced to the world that you shot a woman means if there is a woman who passed away due to a bullet wound, right, in your vicinity, means you are the first. Like, why would you
You're
do
not
something like
suspect.
that? I know you think it is a joke. In my mind, he's thinking it's a joke.
Joke. I know.
But
No.
y'all need to step up your game, man. We're in
You're
a
making it
world.
too easy.
Bleep, I'm not putting you back on. I see you in the back, and I am not putting you back on here. You will never, ever be on screen ever again. I promise you that. One of the things I do is keep my promises. You will never be back on this screen. I don't know why you're still in the background. That was absolutely horrendous. You can write me an email, a message. You can apologize all you want. You will never be back on here. Not that I know. If I know it's you, you're not going to be on there. Dean says, I'm not surprised. I will give Dean credit for this. Dean said if he came on, he would leave. So yeah, anyway, I'm going to end it here. That was on a terrible note, but it is what it is. Please, guys in the chat, this is something I should never forget. If he comes on, remind me to take him off, because I should not put him on back ever again. Have a wonderful night.
Yes.
Bye. I apologize for ending on that note.
It's okay.
Actually, let me not end on that note. Let me end on something else.
Yes.
So, for the Principles of Punishment live stream that I'm going to be doing on Tuesday, I will, by the end of tomorrow, outline kind of what you guys will be looking at. I'll put some theorists on there. I'll put some case law on there that you can read or skim or find the summary of these cases, and then we will talk. One of the cases that I want you guys to read, and I'll tell you. I won't tell you about it. It's Regina versus Dudley. It is a very old case. It's from 1880. I think it's 1884, 1880. And it's a case out of the UK where a people were at sea and they had no food, and one of the guys died or was dying, and they killed him and ate him. This is an actual case. Trigger warning. And the question was, should they be punished, right? And the reason is the guy was going to die anyway, and they ate him out of necessity, because if they hadn't eaten him, they would have died, because they were at weeks at sea, right? So the question, we're going to talk about utilitarianism in terms of punishment, what that looks like, what that will mean ultimately. And then we're going to come forward, hopefully, after we've gone through all of punishment and why it exists, and retributivist approach and utilitarian approach. And I'm going to attempt to break it all down. And then at the end of that, we can have a discussion on whether or not the manosphere should be punished. And how. But I do actually want to do some like really rigorous, I think, academic work. Themis, you're in my neck of the woods with Regina and period. All right, so people are here. So tomorrow, I will put some post on there. If that is the case, I have that book. Oh, people have period. I love this. So I will post some information. There might be some searching for you guys, because I will be using my law school's. Well, I probably shouldn't say this because they haven't logged me out of my library. I still can use it. And I will put together a presentation, and we will talk. We'll talk about kind of punishment from a very legal perspective, but it shouldn't be dense or too dense where you guys can't follow. But obviously, I will have the panel open. You guys can jump on when you have questions. We're going to go through this like a class, and I'm excited.
I'm excited. Around what time is this going to be starting tomorrow?
Oh, this is not tomorrow. Tomorrow I'm going to post.
Not tomorrow, Tuesday. I mean, Tuesday.
6 o'clock.
6 o'clock. Okay.
Yeah.
Good to know.
All right. So we'll see. I have a ton of work to do tomorrow then, outside of my actual work, but I'm excited because I do like crim law, and so we're getting into crim.
Yeah.
All right. Have a wonderful night. Bye.
Bye.